shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
no run. 134 for 3. 89 is the deficit. Glamorgan on a successful run of 3 victories, but I think they've probably parked all hopes of making it 4 for the first time since 2015, when they won 4 on the bounce, round about this stage of the season. Van Beek in, bowls, Northeast drives back towards the bowler, and there's a quick single, but it's a safe one, as it had gone virtually straight back past the stumps, and therefore
try and whack it around.
It would require a Leicestershire having to go for a very high run rate, wouldn't it?
They might. In goes Green and bowls, clipped very nicely off his toes. Hill manages to slide across to his right at mid-on and make the stop, so Northeast has to settle for a single. He moves on to 77. I agree though, with the Kookaburra and with the pitch the way it is, it's not really offering spinners or indeed seamers too much assistance.
Yes, there's been talk about the Kookaburra aiding spinners. Well, not particularly in this game. Travaskis won for 45, tidy. Crane got punishment. Callaway was wicketless. Ahmed hasn't bowled.
Green around the wicket with a shortish extra cover. Bowls outside off stump. Seams away, but allowed to do so. It was too wide.
Batting to come. Ben Callaway is scheduled to come in next. Chris Cook is another man capable of dropping anchor once he gets in, and possibly ace a tribe at some point.
Indeed. Green is in and bowls again. It's outside off stump. Comes back a little bit. It's a different sort of delivery, or attempted different sort of delivery, but again was started off a little bit too wide, and Ingram stepped forward and left.
For the benefit of those new to this match today, maybe following the test match over the last few days, Ace of Tribe has not been sighted by me anyway since completing his century on the first day. He has been in bed feeling pretty unwell.
Green is in and bowls, a little bit short, a little bit wide, and again Ingram leaves. I'd be interested to know what percentage of deliveries he's left in this innings. He's coming to towards 100 deliveries faced, 98 he's faced for his 37, but I would wager at least 20 of those, maybe more, have been left. He has left, well, obviously, from the fact he's still there, very well.
You wouldn't think that was a skill, would you?
I would. I definitely. It's a huge skill, especially if you're batting at the top of the order. He connects with that one, drives very pleasantly and drives for 4. Lovely off drive, pitched up by Ben Green on off stump. Ingram right over, head right over the ball, drove it away. Both Travaskis at shortish extra dive. Well, he dived to his left. He'll dive to his right at mid-off, but it bisected the two of them and runs down to the boundary in front of the Leicestershire members' seats for 4.
Well, I can't give you leaves, but I can give you dot balls, and that's 3/4 of the deliveries that Ingram has faced. So he's only scored off 1 for every 4 he's received.
Green is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Colin Ingram. Sees the ball roll towards Hill. That is the 100th delivery he's faced. 41 to him, 77 to Northeast. The partnership, I should have said, was went past 100 with that lovely off drive. 104 now for the 4th wicket. And no alarms this morning for these two.
Yes, Glamorgan are hoping it is a long grind from their point of view towards safety, or potential safety, but I would wager that, well, I can't wager because A, I don't bet, and B, it's discouraged, but I would think that Glamorgan wouldn't be able to consider them safe at any point before the tea interval, really, as Van Beek is in and Northeast is forward. It's almost rhythmical, that defensive push that Northeast gets into.
I can confirm that is true, because when we were at Cardiff, first game of the season, the Grand National took place. A horse called something like Quick Nick was running at ridiculous odds.
Yes.
Won the race, and I came in the next day confidently expecting Mr. Webb to be throwing fivers everywhere. But he hadn't placed a bet.
You don't know me that well, Richard. I wouldn't be throwing them
Well,
everywhere, even if I had one. As Van Beek bowls northeast, drives into the offside, slightly more forcefully this time, but it's still stopped by Travaskis at cover.
Had it been Steady Eddie who'd won, would Mr. Benson win? I suspect not either.
Good Chapel family.
Okay.
Dear. Yes, Leicestershire won that match by 10 wickets rather, at Cardiff. First up, as short pitch ball from Van Beek is evaded by northeast, and to make sure he evades it a second time as the ball lands in the wicketkeeper's glove. Practices his bob at the knees. 140 for 3, 83 runs in arrears.
We'd be delighted to hear from any of you listening today. If you want to get in touch, Nick will give you the ways.
As that's a short ball, and it's helped around rather than hooked just very gently towards mid-wicket by northeast, who certainly wasn't risking anything of a full-blooded shot with square leg and fine leg both out. Just played it very gently and into the ground. On X, you can contact me at BBC Sport Wales, and there is a new BBC Wales email address, which is glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, but equally willing to receive emails from Leicestershire listeners or indeed neutrals.
We'll also keep an eye on the comments on the stream today as well.
Van Beek around the wicket to Ingram, who defends back to the bowler on the bounce, and there is no run.
Try and answer any questions or suggestions or topics you wish to raise on that. There's also Blue Sky at Rich R23, should that be your chosen method of communication.
Skeet him.
Skeet him.
Yes, yeah, this was a matter of discussion earlier in the match that we discovered that was the method of communication. As a very short, loopy bouncer from Van Beek just lobs in front of Ingram's nose somewhere without any particular danger to the batter, who didn't particularly needed to take any action. Oh, there's a message from the PA. Don't walk behind the sight screens even, I think.
Well, it can only be behind. It's very difficult to get in front of the sight screen. It's
there's
impossible.
a blooming great picket fence there. You'd need to be a fairly athletic spectator to get in front of the sight screen. So walking behind the sight screen is obviously causing a little bit of concern to the batters and the umpires. We saw yesterday someone standing up in the stand above the sight screen as well.
Ben Green to continue over the wicket to northeast, who is forward, pushing the ball back down the pitch on the on side. It is one of Sam Northeast's, having watched him over the years at various, for a long time actually, over the years, made a lot of runs against Leicestershire. But it is one of his things. It annoys, obviously, just catch people walking sort of out from behind the sight screen at the wrong time, or maybe they're not quite wide enough for his liking here. In goes Green and bowls. Northeast drives, but he checks the shot. He just makes sure he gets behind it and strokes it relatively quietly out towards mid-off, where Tom Scriven is fielding.
It's a far different world from those of us who play frequently on Parks pitches and are used not to having a sight screen for many of our matches anyway.
Well, Leicestershire already getting a little bit funky in terms of fielding. Hanscom has sent Patel out from slip to almost silly mid-off as Green is in and bowls. Forward goes northeast, pushing it firmly to mid-on, where Hill is the fielder.
It does make sense because he's been pushing forward so much into the cover area, so anything that's uppish. He's also maintained the single saving cover as well, which is a little odd. And he's got a sweeper on the boundary as well.
Yeah. Green bowls, fullish and steered by Northeast into the gap between Budinger and Travaskis at point and extra cover. Sam Wood is the sweeper on the offside, and one is taken.
Don't too often see that you've got a catching player, a single saving player and a boundary saving player all basically for the same shot. The cover drive.
Sound of a white van being cleaned on the Milligan Road. One of those slightly annoying whines from a power hose. So apologies about that, hopefully it won't last too long.
I presume Leicestershire listeners are used to the sound of various car mechanical things going on.
There's some interesting businesses down Milligan Road. In goes Green and bowls. Nice high right elbow from the left-handed Ingram as he blocks that one out into the offside. Travaskis hands on hips now, fields at shortish, straightish extra cover. Josh Hull unavailable for this game, still recovering from a bruised heel. Emerges from below with a red tabard on. He's the acting 12th man clearly this morning. Green is in and bowls. Ingram defence on the back foot this time. There's been zero movement really ball this morning, and if these two maintain their concentration they are going to be very hard to get out. 142 for 3 off 49. Northeast 79, Ingram 41. 91 overs remain in the day. Glamorgan trail by just 81 runs.
Just. Yes, if there are technical issues with the video stream, please contact the club rather than ourselves.
Yeah, they've sorted them out. I.e., it was switched off and on again, and it's now working.
That's my sort of technology.
That's ever the way.
Yes, we had one of those during our last match as Van Beek is in to bowl, and that's outside off stump, and Northeast allows it to go through. And speaking of streams, best wishes to Ashley Crowser, who does a lot of commentary on the white ball streams on Glamorgan home games. He and his wife Camilla have just had a baby Teddy, so I hope that all are thriving. 142 for 3. As Northeast drives back past the bowler, that's not going to be chased as it rattles into the sponsor's advertising hoarding up at the Bennett end, and Northeast timing that one beautifully, using the pace of the ball and sending it back whence it came to move into the 80s. Glamorgan onto 146 for 3, 77 runs behind. Here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, and 5 Sports Extra 2, as well as via the club websites. There is a slip for Van Beek as he bowls to Northeast, who turns the wrists on that and sends it out towards square leg. They'll go through for a comfortable single. 147 for 3. Northeast moves to 84. Not out. 3 years since his magnum opus here. 410. County's highest score. Pretty high on the all-time list of championship scores, wasn't it? I think top 10 or thereabouts. As Ingram gets a short ball that he just jerks his neck backwards and watches and listens to it fizz past at around about head height. So Van Beek, like some of the Glamorgan bowlers yesterday, have been not afraid to bang it in short from that Bennett end. We haven't seen so much short pitch stuff from the pavilion end. Glorious sunshine now, lovely watching conditions here at Grace Road. And Van Beek is in to Ingram, who gets one that keeps a little bit low and does well to keep that out as it jams bat and pad together. And that was well defended really by Ingram. It was a good ball. It didn't get up that much.
You sort of feel it's going to take something odd or quirky like that to get one of these two out, really.
But on a last day pitch, you certainly wouldn't rule out a little bit of misbehaviour as Van Beek bowls with a grunt of effort, and Ingram pushes it out on the offside. A man praised by coach Richard Dawson for his general calmness in the team environment, and he'll need all that calm and serenity he can muster here today to try and keep things going through the day. A fairly unflappable character. I saw him after batting all the last session last night. He was then witnessed keeping wicket to a couple of kids playing with a tennis ball before he'd even got changed.
Yeah, it was lovely to see that, actually. I assumed it was a young Ingram, but it might not have been.
It was obviously a family he knew. I'm not sure if they were his children.
So that's
an away game.
Same field has been set by Hanscom for Green bowling to North East, who does drive, but Budinger tumbles to his right. They know how to roll, having made this stop, these chaps, and roll he did.
Yes, well, given the parched state of the outfield, fielders really do have to be careful how they fall, don't they?
Yes, he's at point, sort of looking across a series of used, well, where the bowler lands, that sort of area, used creases. The pitches themselves are okay, quite nice and green, but he's on a fairly rough area, bare area, as Green is in and bowls onto the legs of North East. Just calmly tucks it around the corner. Calmness is something one associates with North East. Even his most aggressive attacking shots are not violent. It's all about timing and getting it out of the middle, and pretty much everything has hit the middle in this innings. He moves on to 85, 148 for 3.
Yes, North East should be well rested, having not been involved in the T20, to the surprise of quite a few Glamorgan followers.
Green round the wicket to Ingram, solidly forward, very correct player, technically correct player, Colin Ingram. Blocks it out towards mid-off. Good greener, says one of his Leicestershire teammates. Somerset player, of course. Ben Green on loan at Leicestershire for the county championship matches, or at least these next two, or this one and the next, having obviously played the first 7 as well, but having been back at Somerset since. In he goes and bowls. Ingram defends on the back foot this time. Same result, the ball runs gently out to mid-off, where Hill is the fielder.
Which led to the anomaly of Green wearing the vibrant pink of Somerset against Glamorgan on Friday night, and the whites of Leicestershire against Glamorgan on Sunday. Barely 36 hours apart.
Turns, runs past umpire White and bowls, pleasantly driven, but to the boundary, well, to the sweeper on the offside boundary, Rehan Ahmed, who underarms the ball. For those who haven't heard, Ahmed, though obviously playing in this game and scoring a magnificent century, is unable to bowl, or he's not going to bowl. He has a slight side niggle of some kind, which means he won't be turning his arm over. Leicestershire perhaps missing him. He would bring something different. The googly, you never quite know. Changes to the field. Hanscom trying everything. He brings Budinger in to field at, well, pretty much a catching position, a square drive just in front of a shortish point, about 3 pitches back. And green goes over the wicket to north-east and bowls. North-east is forward defensively. Back down the pitch to green it goes. So there were a little cordon of 3 sort of close-ish catchers looking for the drive, or the lofted drive, which I would have been utterly amazed had North-East played it. He just wouldn't do that, I don't think. So it's trying something new or different, or just trying to unsettle him, but a far too experienced a hand, I think, for that for North-East. I suppose one could skew off or bounce a bit, but
just hoping for inconsistent bounce, really, to cause him to hit it in the air, because he certainly isn't going to deliberately hit it in the air in that cover area with that number of fielders there. 149 for 3, deficit 74. Bright sunshine. Ingram on strike to the first ball of a new over that is played out on the offside. It is still Van Beek. The board is a little slow on changing from green.
I like Andrew Williams' attitude on the stream. Come on, Glammy, he says, up the rate. Give us one session to bowl them out, Bazball style. Well, you never know, but I'd be a little bit surprised if And that is true as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Metaphorically as well, it's looking very good for them in terms of saving the game. If they do save the game, then they will take 13 points. Leicestershire will take 16 points, having maximised their bonus point return, which is no disaster. In goes Green, and Bowles. Northeast is forward, just pushing the ball out in front of Budinger, who, together with Walker, who's out there at the moment, Patel has gone back to slip. Walker's in at that short extra, and Scriven is at a fairly conventional mid-off. So the three-man cordon experiment didn't last very long. Walker is still in there quite close at silly-ish mid-off. Silly-ish extra. In goes Green and Bowles, and Walker dives to his left, can't get there. And the ball rolls quite slowly out towards Wood, who's gone a little bit wider from cover, 2 extra cover on the boundary. So Leicestershire just looking really to dry up some of the runs that have been scored this morning. 131 for 3 at the start, now 164 for 3, so 33 runs added in the first, what, 3/4 of an hour? No chances created by the Foxes. Bat beaten once, twice, if that. Green round the wicket. Bowles to Ingram, who defends. Dust comes up, a puff of dust as his feet shuffle quickly into position.
Yeah, I think it's just the ball that's bounced slightly out of the ordinary that's caused Glamorgan a few problems here and there. Ingram's had to dig 1 or 2 out that have kept low, and there's a ball that just got a little bit big on Northeast, and was played rather edgily.
Green Bowles outside off stump, that rather dies into the gloves of Hanscom. Left by Ingram, just didn't really get up on him at all.
Email us on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Duncan in Kent says, well built start from Sam and Kingram. The test to come with the second new ball in the afternoon. Indeed, that is the best chance that Leicestershire have, if they have hopes of knocking over a couple this morning.
Green around the wicket. Bowles to Ingram, who just, again, he's just found that little bit of extra bounce outside the off stump. For me, Ingram just sort of curtain railed his back inside the line there. Let's have a look, see. Missed it by a long way, whatever. But I think he's just really being cautious there. But again, just a little bit of hope for Green, who's just found 1 or 2. Just got 1 or 2 to rise at the left-hander. There is a sort of patch of green, a strip of slightly greener grass down that side. In he goes, and Bowles outside off stump. It does come back, but it was starting too wide. End of the over. 164 for 3. Can I just congratulate regular correspondent Foxy Phil, who's 20 years married today, and it's not been without its ups and downs. And he starts talking about Leicestershire's ups and downs, and the highs of the Royal London Cup win to the low of 32 all out at Kent.
Is that what 20 years of marriage is?
A true roller coaster of 20 years. But he says she's always been there to tell me to shut up when I celebrated a wicket. And she was even there to celebrate live at a last over T20 win at the Bears at Edgbaston.
Well, if your better half doesn't come regularly with you, that's only actually about 8.5 years of marriage, isn't it? Congratulations. Right, Bowles, and Northeast plays that one to square leg for a single. 92 to Northeast, 165 for 3. Yes, I've just about persuaded my better half to attend the odd T20 match after many years of attempted persuasion.
My missus came to see Scarborough with me last year, but only on the promise that we'd stay over for a long weekend in a nice hotel, etc., etc.
Right is into Bowl, and Ingram plays that off an angled bat down towards third man for a single.
We are back up and running. The stream has been perfect for the first 3 days.
Yes.
It's just had one or two issues this morning.
probably-
Gremlins have crept in, but hopefully they're sorted now.
Probably got a lot more people watching this morning with the test match over as well. Tom Parry-Jones is wondering about Marnus Labuschagne and the chances of getting him back at Glamorgan this season. I would have thought highly unlikely, because even though he's not in the Australian team in the West Indies. As right bowls, Northeast works it away backward of square on the leg side. They'll take a couple of runs fairly safely here, as by the time the throw comes in from Wood. Although Labuschagne has been left out of the Aussie Test team for the first time in must be at least 5 years. He is with the party in the West Indies and is the first reserve, as it were. And the Australian players don't tend to be available to the counties at the back end of the season anyway, in September.
They're preparing for the Aussie domestic season, aren't they, by then?
Right, in bowls, Northeast will take a single, forcing that one out to the cover sweeper. Moves to 95 not out. And when you've got Colin Ingram performing as consistently as he is in the county championship, and Ingram is also a big fan of the 50 over format, says it's his favourite form of the game, then really Glamorgan are in more need of an overseas bowler than another batter, despite Marnus's efforts to convince everyone that he's an all-rounder and very useful contributor with the ball. Right bowls, Ingram plays no shot. Labuschagne now indeed the holder of Glamorgan's best T20 bowling performance, quite remarkably, in that record-breaking victory over Somerset at the end of the group stages last year, where Carlson hit the highest score. Glamorgan got their best ever team score, and with the pressure on the visitors, Labuschagne came in and took 5 cheap wickets.
It happens. Think Colin Ackerman. Batters who bowl
7.
a little bit.
Was it 7?
7 for the world record.
As right bowls, Ingram defends that one down into the gully. No run. 169 for 3 then. Glamorgan trail by 54 runs. Ingram has 52 and Northeast has 95 not out. So in terms of overseas, Glamorgan have got Imad Wasim for the remaining games in the Blast, the veteran Pakistan left arm spinner and lower order bat. Ingram available for the rest of the season. I'm sure Welsh supporters would hope that they employ another overseas bowler, and probably a seamer if they can get one, though they have been partial to going for spinners. We've had Swepson from Australia, Hatzoglu from Australia, one-off appearance by another Aussie, Kuhneman, this season. So we shall see where they go.
Ben Green, who's bowled throughout the morning so far from this pavilion end, will indeed continue. Hard yakka, as the players once said, no longer I don't think, runs in and bowls Northeast. Is forward to a line and length delivery on off stump, pushing it out to Travaskis, who's now at a short-ish extra cover.
Caden on X asks, any news on the whereabouts of Tribe today? Well, they were hoping he'd be at the ground by now. I haven't seen him at all since Sunday.
We're told he's going to bat if needed, for sure. In goes Green and bowls. Again straight, again pushed out carefully into the offside. This time Scriven at mid-off is the fielder.
I was told they were in contact with him yesterday afternoon when Glamorgan did lose those 3 early wickets, and he was prepared to rise from his sickbed if absolutely necessary.
When he assumes he's sort of in a hotel room on his own, then just sort of shouting responses. Look, so
Text.
Poor bloke. Hopefully he's all right. Green is in and bowls. That's straight-ish, but it is looked to be going down the leg side. Stepped across, as is his wont, and tried to play it on the leg side northeast, and it was a reasonable appeal. Looking at it, Hanscom was as ever keen, and Green did go up straight away, but immediately umpire Rob White sort of turned his head away. It sounded a bit double noisy as well.
Yes, so there might have been a hint of an inside edge, and it was definitely going down leg side.
Green bowls. Back foot attempted, not attempted force really from northeast. Once he realised it wasn't quite there, wasn't quite wide enough, he just made sure he got plenty of bat on it, hit it down into the ground. Travaskis made the stop. We just realised northeast is on 95, so I'd be surprised if he went there with a 6 and Nick quickly shakes his head. No,
I know he reached his 400 with a 6.
Yes, it's a slightly different circumstances, so you never know. Green is in and bowls northeast is carefully forward again, playing slightly across the line to a straight delivery, pushing it out towards Hill, this time at mid-wicket. The big shout came from Rishi Patel. Slip, not for the first time in this game, but had he missed it, it would have been a loud shout for leg before. He didn't, obviously. Green coming up to the end of his 17th over, none for 25. He's been accurately personified as the Glamorgan head coach comes up to join us on the, not commentary, on the Morris Burrows terrace alongside as Green bowls and stroked by northeast out towards mid-on that occasion. End of the over, 169 for 3. Green's steady effort continues. 17 overs, as I say, none for 25. He's given nothing away. He has just got 1 or 2 to bounce, particularly at the left-handed Ingram, and there was, because almost of that nagging accuracy, there was the shout for leg before against northeast. But there's nothing much there for these Leicestershire bowlers.
Yes, in terms of Tribe's place in the game, you would have thought that Callaway and Cook would bat ahead of him anyway, even if he's is allowed to bat at 7 after his absence from the game. As Wright will bowl to Ingram, who is half forward, pushing on the offside. And even possibly Van der Hoogten, who can defend solidly if needed. Yeah, happy birthday to Vic Marks, 70 today, and I enjoy listening to on TMS. Former Somerset and England all-rounder.
Hamish asking, can Tribe bat anywhere? No, is the answer.
Right in, bowls, Ingram drives and gets this one through the covers. It's a chase around the boundary and it's just palmed back inside, and they'll settle for 2.
It has to be 7 or below, doesn't it?
In most circumstances with illness and injury, we believe there are some exemptions. It's a rather complicated regulation, I believe. But no, it's he wouldn't come in ahead of Callaway or Cook. You wouldn't have thought if he's been feeling crook. Wide-ish ball from Wright that Ingram almost ignores. Didn't really need to do anything about it other than watch it go through wide of off stump. And, well, Leicestershire have got plenty of time, but they can afford to waste their resources in terms of the number of deliveries available. As Wright makes his way in again, bowls again outside off stump. This one closer, but Ingram still feels able to get everything well out of the way. Wanders down for a little bit of gardening.
Leicestershire supporters who sort of concerned about Derbyshire winning they're struggling too. They got in a good position in the game, but Gloucestershire 187 all out. Derbyshire 398 all out, but Gloucestershire now 411 for 4. They lead by 200, still with 6 second innings wickets in hand.
As Ingram plays that one to cover, and there is no run. So, yeah, Derbyshire would be despairing at that point, wouldn't they?
They would.
Especially, is that at Bristol, isn't it?
It is, so
Yeah.
that is beginning to looking
Bristol
here,
last day.
increasingly like a draw. Kent struggling a little bit against Lancashire. They're 20 for 2 in their second innings, which means they still trail by 245 runs in Blackpool, albeit with 8 wickets remaining.
Morgan early in the season drew at Bristol as Ingram will square drive that one. He's got it past point. He might just, he's just bisected the 2 fielders. He couldn't have placed that one more perfectly had he just dropped the ball with his hand over the boundary. It just beat the dive of Budinger in the infield, and then it went exactly in the 1 or 2 metres that was available between the 2 charging outfielders. Ingram moves to 58, the total 175 for 3.
Northamptonshire Middlesex is beginning to look like it's going to end in a draw as well, unless Middlesex are inclined to set Northamptonshire an interesting target. Northants 435 all out, Middlesex 413 all out, and now 290 for 4. They lead Northants by 268 with 6 wickets remaining. And if by any chance you're interested in the first division scores, which we aren't essentially in these parts, we may be next year, but we don't know. Depends on the structure.
Yes, the structure being discussed by ECB officials with Glamorgan hierarchy today.
They were here yesterday. I haven't heard any. Didn't see any white smoke emerging from anywhere. So, quite what the impart of the discussions, if discussions is the right word, might just have been presentation. Remains to be seen. Well, Ben Green, after an hour's very hard work, takes a welcome rest, and Tom Scriven is going to replace him from the pavilion end. He's got a short mid-wicket and runs in and bowls to northeast, who pushes it past that short mid-wicket, but not sufficiently so to call Ingram through for a run, as Rishi Patel, who is said short mid-wicket, brackets, stop saying short mid-wicket, slides back and makes the stop in time. So Patel is at that position. Just Travaskis, I nearly said Trescothic. Travaskis is
something
at
Cornish
short extra.
sounding.
Yeah. And Budinger, with his shirt out of his pants, is at that short-ish point, just in front of square, as Scriven is in and bowls, clipped nicely by northeast, but equally nicely stopped to his left by Rishi Patel, diving on a nice part of the square, green part of the square.
Yeah, I mean, Travaskis to me sounds Cornish,
It
but
is. It is.
I couldn't
he
be
says.
more wrong in his birthplace.
No,
really.
he
born
Carlisle born, isn't he?
couldn't be
Cumbrian.
and couldn't really be much further away and stay in England. Carlisle, yeah.
But his family is
Yeah.
it is a Cornish name. He confirmed. In goes Scriven and bowls beautifully on driven, but not for 4, because Rehan Ahmed is slightly deeper than normal and quite a bit straighter than normal at mid-on, and slid across and made the stop. Northeast takes 1. He is now within 4 of his century, but he's not on strike, so I'll keep going for a while.
Yes.
Durham Sussex is possibly interesting. Durham 327 all out, Sussex 361, and now 128 for 4. Lead by 162 with 6 wickets remaining. Looks like Hampshire might get home against Essex. Come back to that score in a moment. Round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls. Ingram leaves outside off stump. Essex 296, Hampshire 453. Essex in their second innings 131 for 5, which means they still trail by 26 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Yorkshire Notts is definitely going to be a draw. Notts 487 all out, Yorkshire 459 for 6. Still in their first innings.
Oh gosh.
What's the other one? Warwickshire Somerset. Scriven in, bowls straight on off stump from round the wicket. Ingram presents a perfectly straight bat in response. On the front foot, defends it. Warwickshire 3. Oh, updates time.
It's the final day of their encounter. Richard Ray is there. He's been watching proceedings all week. How's it looking, Richard?
Well, it's looking very pretty out there, but Leicestershire are rather toiling under the blue skies in front of the relatively small crowd. The pitch is very flat, and as yet they haven't managed to pick up a wicket, although Tom Scriven just beats the bat of Colin Ingram there. Sam Northeast, that is, the Glamorgan skipper, and Colin Ingram resumed this morning on 131 for 3. They have taken the score on to 176 for 3. Northeast is approaching his century. He's 96 not out. Ingram is 58 not out. Leicestershire's main hopes rest with the new ball, which is 20 or so overs away, but this ball is looking very soft. The pitch is looking very flat. It's hard work for the Foxes, and the game is beginning to look as though it could end in a draw.
Thank you, Richard. Otherwise today,
Northeast then on 96 not out. Made 21 in the first innings before he was given out. Caught behind off the bowling of Sam Wood. Possibly off the helmet rather than actually off the bat. As Chris Wright will try and make sure that he doesn't get to 3 figures, and tries that with a short delivery which is signalled no ball. So really banged in, flew miles over Northeast's head. So no slip at all for Chris Wright, and there's a man on the drive at mid-wicket now, and 1 at cover. We've had 3 on the drive at cover at times this morning, for the bowling of Green in particular, nagging away accurately. Right into bowl. Northeast works it off his legs. We'll just get a single here, down to fine leg. Lewis Hill does the fielding, as he has done much of the boundary fielding during the course of this game. Former skipper, used to being absolutely at the centre of things, of course, and fielding somewhere a lot closer. These days he can just concentrate on patrolling the boundary and not worry too much about overall tactics, etc., because that is now Peter Hanscom's concern behind the wicket. As Ingram gets up on his toes, plays it down safely to Budinger at gully, and there's no run. 179 for 3, 44 runs in arrears. And you would imagine that going ahead would be a huge psychological moment for Glamorgan, as Wright is in to bowl. Ingram cuts, and he's placed that one perfectly, as well as he did a couple of overs ago, and this time the 2 fielders don't put in quite so much effort because he's hit it even harder. And Ingram moves up to 62, and the Glamorgan total to 183 for 3, 40 runs in arrears. Edward Cooper in rather downbeat mood on X says if Glamorgan aren't in contention for promotion, the resumption for 3 fixtures in September, there's little point in additional overseas anything, and restructuring may remove promotion anyway. Who knows? Well, another dot ball is registered here as Ingram plays no shot.
It's a valid point, though, really, isn't it? I mean, and I think several counties take late recruitment decisions based on where they are in the table.
Yes.
And if you're not, then there's not that much point in spending a fortune on bringing somebody in, is there? But I mean, Glamorgan should be actually there or thereabouts.
Well, they're third at the moment.
Exactly.
Going into this game. There's Wright bowls and Ingram leaves. Outside off stump. Remains on 62 not out off 141 balls now. Don't forget, if you want to email me, it's glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. 183 for 3. In comes right arm around the wicket to Ingram, who forces that one straight to Budinger at point this time, saving the single just backward of square, in fact. Roman Walker trots on, and I think I'm being allowed.
Menus time.
Oh, right, there we are. That's almost equally important.
It is, but there you go.
Greek salad with tuna sounds absolutely lovely.
It does, doesn't it? Well, there'll be feta cheese, one assumes, of some kind involved.
I was meant to be in Greece last week, but I wasn't.
Okay.
So I'm going to be in Greece for a few days next month instead.
Tom Scriven. He'll be in Leicester or thereabouts. Will go running in and bowls to Sam Northeast on the legs, clipped away nicely by Northeast. I beg your pardon, this had better be you. I'm glad that didn't go for 4. And he picks up a single. Oh, well, actually, Colin Ingram will be on strike, so I'll keep going for a while. Nick, prepare.
Salivating gently at the thought of Greek salad with tuna for luncheon.
Do you think it's proper grilled tuna, or do you think it's...
I would be pleasantly surprised if Leicestershire can afford fresh grilled tuna.
You never know. Round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls. Oh, Ingram is squared up a little bit by that one, and he was looking to play it onto the leg side. It came off almost the sort of leading edge and shot out into the offside, but he looks down at his bat. There was no great reaction from Scriven or even Rishi Patel didn't really react, so perhaps had he missed it would have gone on down the leg side, but
no, there's the possibility of a leading edge, though. There wasn't there.
You'd have thought there's a little bit of something there for Scriven. Runs in and bowls. Ingram defends on off stump this time, bounces out to Travaskis at extra cover, and there is no run. Great morning so far for the visitors. Partnership extended from 95 to 148. Sam Northeast loves batting on this ground. Other than the 400, I'm pretty sure he's probably got another couple of big innings here, one way or another. Scriven is in, bowls, Ingram defends. Again, nice straight delivery. They're keeping them honest. They're having to play most of the deliveries, Ingram or Northeast, and Northeast.
Yeah, last year was a rather messy draw, wasn't it, where Glamorgan led by 30 or 40 on a rather slowly contested first innings and lost 4 wickets fairly quickly in their second innings, but then shut up shop and it all rather fizzled out.
I've got all the Wisdons here. Perhaps we'll have to look through them all, see what his record is here. In goes Scriven, bowls. Ingram tries to force out through the offside and doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Hanscom.
A couple of moral victories.
Perhaps unexpected bounce. Scriven, like Green before him, bowling sort of round the wicket, looking to kind of bring it in towards Ingram. As I say, there's a slightly greener strip down that side of the pitch, which otherwise looks pretty bare. It may be they're just getting a little something from that, although it is well wide. Scriven in. Bowls, Ingram drives, down goes his Scriven's left hand, alongside the diving Northeast, flinging himself back into the crease and reaching out just to make sure, and now he waves at the Glamorgan balcony because he wants some new gloves. He felt it slip there perhaps as he flung himself back into his crease. Big patch of dust now on his Glamorgan sweater. End of the over, the 61st of the Glamorgan second innings. 184 for 3 is the score. 39, just 39, and it is now just 39 runs behind.
A couple of posts on X. Stephen Moss says he's just returned from the US, so has come to the match rather late, and a reminder of why Ray Ahmed is not bowling. It's because of a side strain. We knew before the match that he was highly unlikely to bowl and is picked purely as a batter, which is why they put Travaskis into the middle order and at the expense of Ben Cox, with Hanscom taking over the gloves. So that is the explanation for that one. John Hughes has just joined us today as well, feeling slightly dirty, having spent a few days watching la-di-da sports like Test cricket and tennis. So glad to be back with the Championship. Some things never change. Sam North East at Grace Road is a permanent fixture. Well, let's hope. Glamorgan will hope that he's permanent for the next 4 or 5 hours. As if he is, they will have saved the match. But there is still much work to be done, having survived the first hour. North East on 98 not out, and playing that one through the covers, but it'll just be the single. Moves to 99.
In 2023 he made 40, only batted once on this ground. That was very rain affected game.
Yes, since the North East Dramatics we've had a couple of less than fascinating draws here. Here, Leicestershire hopes remain as Wright bowls to Ingram, who plays gently to cover. Ingram having had a couple of sketchy moments in the last over against Tom Scriven, once getting a leading edge and once being beaten outside the off stump. He's on 62 not out, having made exactly his average, season's average of 56 in the first innings, so he's now increased it slightly, even if he's out now. Wright is in. Ingram square drives on the offside. This time he has it, hit it square enough to be fielded by Wood out on the cover boundary. Takes the single. 186 for 3, 37 runs behind Glamorgan.
Of course, we didn't play in 2021, did we?
No, that was one of those odd fixture lists, wasn't it? Because of COVID. We're in that 3 conference system, followed by playoffs, which I wouldn't be entirely surprised to see re-emerging next season.
Yes.
Right. Goes back to over the wicket for North East, who drives into the offside. Leicestershire are not going to make this easy for him because they have brought in the cover sweeper, and so they have 5 saving the single on the offside, and the catcher and 2 others saving the single on the onside. So Fine Leg is the only man back. And Sam North East on 99 faces Chris Wright and pushes that one to one of the cover fielders, Travaskis, and there is no run. Morgan coaching team of Richard Dawson and assistants David Harrison and Ian Harvey are all up on the balcony next to us, outnumbering paying punters by 3-2, with the Leicestershire Club cameraman there as well. Peter Hanscom is fiddling round with the field, jogs up the wicket for a word with his bowlers, directing fielders around, probably completely superfluous, to be honest. This is theatrics rather than anything. He's got a very packed offside field at the moment and brings a slip in. North East on 99 Faces up to right and works that one into leg side and goes through for his second century in successive matches. Applause from all round Grace Road. It's taken 185 balls, 186 balls, and it's included 11 fours.
Well batted.
And it has gone some way to getting Glamorgan back towards a position where they can reasonably hope for a draw, with that a far off hope when he came in yesterday and shortly afterwards when they were 36 for 3 at tea.
Leicestershire, well, they did have a chance. They created a chance in the second over after tea yesterday. Chris Wright, it was a hard one, but diving to his right at second slip, Liam Travaskis got two hands to the ball. It was a nice height, couldn't hang on. North East was on 20 at the time. Difficult, but one of those that could have been a match-winning catch. Scriven will continue at two. Well, that run for North East partnership now 151. Scriven from the pavilion end is in. North East drive, stopped on the bounce by Travaskis at that shortish extra cover position, about 3 strips back.
Graham Brill from Merthyr suggests that Leicestershire's field placings and tactics show a slight lack of ambition. Want something more funky and a couple of slips.
Maybe a few overs of spin, but Scriven bowls, North East defends. That one maybe just a little bit of suggestion of shape back in. He's seeing it fairly well at the moment and adjusted and plopped it out into the offside.
Yes, they've used just the one spinner in this innings. We saw a couple of overs of Rishi Patel's spin in the first innings.
Scriven bowls. Fuller this time, but straightish. North East strokes it carefully out to Travaskis. A 3-man game at the moment.
Thank you to Graham, who emailed me on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk.
Scriven bowls again, a bit firmer. This time the shot from North East, but again, all 4 balls have been played by North East to Travaskis at that short extra position. One before the break. I think Leicester would probably take that, to be honest, and hope, as you said, Nick, that the new ball, sort of half an hour or so after lunch, with a newish batsman at one end, might result in not a clatter, but wickets falling more regularly. Scriven is in and bowls in North East on drives this time, off the straight, off a straight delivery. But again, at this stage of your innings, you're probably seeing it pretty well, and it wasn't too much of a risk. He played it firmly out to Lewis Hill at mid-on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Graham, Leicestershire do have 3 catches on the drive effectively, 1 on the leg side and 2 on the off at the moment, so there is a degree of funkiness. Pete Hanscom doesn't look like a man who could easily be described as funky.
Scriven in, outside off stump, steered off the back foot by North East in front of Budinger at that forward point position. Budinger dived to his right and made the stop. End of the over. 187 for 3 off 63 now. 17 until the new ball. Lunch setting, well, lunch is at whatever, isn't it? It's at 1 o'clock today.
So Glamorgan aren't going to be far ahead by the lunch interval. The new ball will be soon afterwards. What have we got? 63 overs on the board at the moment, so another 17 to the new ball. It'll be slightly longer after lunch than I thought. If we get another 12, 13 in now, maybe about 2 o'clock new ball time. As a spectator makes his way over the rather noisy metal grill floor next to us, if you're wondering what the thudding in the background is.
Yeah, T20, when this terrace tends to fill up, can get quite noisy out there, and then we have people standing and jumping and metallic.
There's a change in bowling, and Wood takes over from the Bennett end, and Ingram plays no shot to his first ball. You have to be careful there, because if you drop things, it's difficult to get them back.
Yeah.
Wallets, phones, keys, or thankfully in my case it was just a biro that went west, or went south as the case may be.
It is. You can crawl under. We've had a fox under there.
All right.
Quite what it was doing up here.
As Ingram plays no shot again. Well, given that we're up several sets of one of the steepest stairs in county cricket, must have been a pretty determined fox. Or has it jumped across from another roof?
I think it came across from the sort of roofs of flat roofs at various levels. So we think it came across from the other side, and they explore everywhere these days.
Leicestershire exploring all avenues as Wood bowls outside Ingram's off stump, and that didn't get up much, to be honest.
Yeah, well, they're not exploring the spin avenue there, as one or two of our correspondents have pointed out.
Yeah.
Travaskis obviously is the frontline spinner for them in the game, left armour. He is doing some interesting exercises at the moment, suggesting he might get a bowl before lunch.
On his way in again is Wood. Bowls, Ingram pulls into the onside, and he's got that one away, just wide of mid-wicket, and a rare boundary goes to Colin Ingram, moving on to 67. Aggressive shots have been few and far between, and Leicestershire might just be a little bit encouraged by the sight of Ingram willing to play some shots. He's hit a couple through point very nicely, to be fair. As the next ball is just defended back to the tall young bowler in his follow-through.
It sounds so soft, doesn't it? That was really spongy. The sound of ball on bat there. Goodness.
Little discussion on YouTube about the possibility of Ben Kellaway catching an England eye or two, as forward comes Ingram to defend the last ball of the over. You can never tell with the England selectors, can you? They haven't been hugely interested in Glamorgan players in the last few years. There have been times where Kieran Carlson's had enough runs to potentially interest the England selectors. And Ben Kellaway certainly has had his moments this season, with 181 not out at Kent. Fabulous innings. Has had a 5-wicket haul against Derbyshire in the second innings as well. So he's had his moments, Ben Kellaway.
Well, we are now going to see Liam Travaskis have a go from the pavilion end. Hanscom hands his cap, as in Hanscom's cap, to the umpire. Puts his helmet on.
Sounds like a tongue twister, doesn't it? How many Handscome's cap to the umpire?
I'm looking through North East scores for Kent on this ground as well, just trying to see if I can find any. There was a 40, and that was in 2017. Travaskis goes in and bowls down the leg side. North East gestures at it really. Handscombe takes off the bails. He did slightly lose his balance there, but he managed to keep his back foot in the crease. Travaskis bowls. Forward goes North East, pushing it to mid-on. No run. Another van is being cleaned on Milligan Road.
North East actually handed the bails back to the fielder on that occasion, which I was slightly surprised at. I wouldn't have helped Leicestershire speed things up.
Just a polite young man. Nice to see. In he goes, Travaskis that is, and turned calmly by North East out towards mid-wicket, and everybody walks. The two batsmen walk the single, the fielder walks towards the ball. There is no great sense of urgency out there at the moment. Sometimes things are inevitable, and in that particular moment the single was inevitable. And everybody accepted as such. Right. Change of field for the left-hander facing the spinner for the first time. Might have a little bit of rough to work with now, Travaskis. Should have. Although pitch, as I say, does look pretty benign. And he goes, bowls, forward goes Ingram, no real turn, pushed back up the pitch to him. Bowling in shades, Travaskis steps in, tosses it up a little bit outside off stump, and Ingram, confident it wouldn't turn in and hit the stumps, left it, and it didn't, taken by Handscombe.
Well, it's one of the occasions where bowling in shades is entirely justified, since the sun's out most of the time.
Travaskis bowls, a little bit short. Ingram stayed on the back foot. It didn't really get up at him, so he just turned his wrists on it and pushed it out towards mid-wicket. End of the 65th over, 192 for 3. Ingram 67, North East 101. Glamorgan's progress serene, Nick, really.
Yes, it was what they were looking for at the start of play today. Yes, where's Ahmed in England's thoughts these days, if anywhere? Rian Ahmed. We wonder.
Certainly in the white ball thoughts, isn't he? Very obviously, as having been part of the squad, though he didn't play against the West Indies, he carried the drinks on.
Well, Rashid can't go on forever, can he? As Wood is in to bowl, and forward comes North East and defends.
He looks as though he's got a few years in him still.
Well, I suppose certainly in the T20, bowling 4 overs of mystery and magic is not as physically demanding as other parts of the game.
Hahn's making his case as a batsman at the moment, but could do with a few sort of 4 or 5 wicket hauls probably. Just
Wood in, bowls, short ball, oh dear, short ball that Ingram tried to pull gently into the onside and ended up just toe-ending it.
It's so slow now.
To short mid-wicket, but
So
even
soft.
even that could bring risk for the batters, couldn't it? Even the lack of pace in the pitch, if he gets through a shot too early or gets a top edge. Didn't on that occasion. Wood in, bowls, North East pushes to cover, and there is no run. 31 runs behind are Glamorgan, with 29 minutes to go till lunch, so they're not going to be far ahead at lunch, and the new ball will follow.
Yeah, that's going to be
within about 15 minutes.
That's
or
going
so.
to decide the game, isn't it? Really,
Yeah.
you would think.
as North East pushes into the covers, no run. Travaskis the fielder. Yeah, Leicestershire a little bit defensive maybe at the moment. 3-4 saving the single, and North East ought to be experienced enough not to play any aerial attacking shots, with square leg back on the ropes, cover on the ropes, third man, fine leg. As he plays that one, a thickish edge, but safely down to third man for a single. 102 to North East, 193 for 3. Ingram can bat all day, says Graham and Merthyr.
Both of these players can.
Yes.
And might. and well might. They batted all morning into the afternoon. And all the session, the evening session yesterday.
As Ingram on the defensive pushes that one to short mid-wicket. It is the end of another over. As David Harrison, hopefully sun-creamed up, because he was looking a bit pink yesterday.
He was looking, yes, more than a bit pink. A message from Leicestershire supporter who's, quote, cowering from the scorching Mediterranean sun.
Oh.
David.
Was here at the ground, or
no,
in the Mediterranean?
David Ashley, yes. He says, well, I was obviously disappointed to see Rahan miss out on his hat-trick a few weeks back. I can confirm my Lancashire supporting brother-in-law enjoyed a thoroughly miserable day at Grace Road. Yes, that was one of Leicestershire's 3-day victories, which have definitely come to an end. That run of 4 3-day victories might yet be able to get a 4th-day victory. In goes Travaskis and bowls a rank full toss that Ingram just works out to deep mid-wicket. Slightly surprised Ingram. I suspect it wasn't that far from being a no ball on above waist high. It was around about, well, perhaps between thigh and knee, somewhere around that sort of level. Travaskis to Ingram, who is forward. I beg your pardon, it was North East previous delivery, of course it was. Who defends that one back down the pitch towards Travaskis. Who is in and bowls. Bats very full as well, and is driven but stopped at extra cover by a diving Logan van Beek. Travaskis, this is his 6th over coming down, so he only bowled a 4 yesterday. Bowls and forward goes Ingram and defends back down the pitch to Travaskis. He gets through his overs pretty quickly, so I'm struggling to get through the rest of David's email, but we'll try and get to it once the over comes to an end. Travaskis steps in, bowls forward, defensive from Ingram. Is there a reason Ahmed didn't get a bowl in the first innings, or is Rishi Patel now considered Leicestershire's premium leg spinner? Well, I assume that's slightly tongue-in-cheek, David. We've spoken about why Rahan can't bowl, as that is a flatter, slightly shorter delivery from Travaskis that's played back to him on the back foot by Colin Ingram. Rishi Patel, who, when he does bowl, bowls off spin. Certainly isn't considered at the moment Leicestershire's premier spinner, or leg spinner as you put it, but he doesn't bowl legs. They probably can bowl leg spin. A few of them can try a few different things, but he did bowl a couple of overs for the first time this season in the first innings, and may yet get a good chance this afternoon if things go the same way, but it'll be a while.
It was very strange timing, wasn't it, though, because it was the overs just after 80. I mean, you'd expect the occasional spinners to bowl a couple of overs, you know, between 75 and 80. But Leicestershire delayed taking the new ball in the first innings. They don't think they'll do it in second. It's North East! Oh, almost chops that one onto his stumps.
He just so slow in arriving to him. He played so early, I think.
Inside edge, the ball trickling behind him. And the lack of pace is proving something of an obstacle, and I'm not sure whether it might have clipped his foot as well, bouncing around. And thankfully for North East, it was bouncing towards square leg. North East turns this one off his legs, down towards fine leg. Right comes round in front of us and does the fielding.
Tempted slower ball, and it floated down. Low full toss in the end. Might as well try though, young son would.
Yeah, I mean he's brought a couple of moments for these two batters as they try and bat out A, the morning session, B, until the new ball, as Ingram plays no shot to a ball outside off stump. The amount of time you've got to make that decision is absolutely tiny, isn't it? To a bowler bowling at Woods' pretty decent pace. It's absolutely reflex action from the batter. Right, have to play that one, don't have to play that one. That one's wide, that one's on the stumps. In comes Wood, bowls. Ingram does have to play that one on the body and gets up on his toes. Plays it into the onside. 195 for 3. Glamorgan trail by 28 runs. And they're going so slowly they might not have much of a lead at all when the new ball comes. But as long as the wickets column remains at 3, they will be relatively content. Wood in bowls. Ingram drives this one into the offside. Sweeper is still out there.
I mean, and that is probably why. You know, so I think Hanscom has almost been thinking of that from the start of play. Well, it's all going to be about the new ball. Let's keep the runs down, and if a wicket comes, great. That's a bonus. But well, that's the nature of the Kookaburra, isn't it? In these conditions.
Well, they managed to take
on a
5
track.
on the second morning, didn't they? Which wasn't a particularly new ball. I suppose it was newish. Wood bowls, North East groping forward.
Newer pitch as well, but you know, take your point.
196 for 3. 68 overs have gone. 12 until the new ball. 20 minutes till lunch. And Glamorgan are 27 short of making Leicestershire bat again.
Yeah, on the second morning, days 2 and 3, as Mr. Harrison's face attests, it was a hot, dry, windy, so it was a thoroughly baking couple of days it's had, the pitch, after 3 days really. It's been perfect weather, close to perfect weather, with a very, very warm wind as well, so that will have had a drying effect. Travaskis is going to go over the wicket, of course, to the left-handed. Ingram steps in and bowls. Ingram forward on off stump. A conventional field, a conventional spinner's field, a slip and a short leg. Nothing really funky about it, other than the sweepers. Travaskis in, bowls. Forward goes Ingram on off stump. It's accurate from Travaskis, but no real threat at the moment in terms of turn, and with neither batsman inclined to looking to go really big. Travaskis in, bowls. Ingram goes back and defends this time. Could we? No, we couldn't get in a situation whereby Glamorgan and North East will be 200 ahead and thinking of declaring. No. I just don't think so. In goes Travaskis, bowls turned to short leg off the back foot, this time on the bounce, of course, by Ingram.
Not unless Pete Hanscom goes ultra funky and gives some runs away.
Yeah, which I don't think North East would be remotely interested even then. In goes Travaskis, bowls, back foot defensive push from Ingram out to extra cover.
Yes, I think that has largely disappeared with the days of 3-day cricket. Lobbing up some runs to induce a declaration.
Travaskis bowls as half an appeal for leg before, as plunging forward outside the line of off stump. Ingram didn't pad it away because he was playing a shot at it defensively, so suggesting it might just have turned in a bit, but as I say, hit him outside the line. Well, maiden over though from Travaskis, his first 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. His respectable but not penetrative figures.
Yes, it's all about the wickets rather than the economy really for Leicestershire now, though. They've shown they can achieve the economy. Wood, although he is going for fairly average 3.5 runs and overs, asked 1 or 2 questions in this spell as he continues to do so with a short ball that Ingram sways away from.
There was a little poll on the stream. After 172 votes, 63% say draw, 28% say Leicestershire, 8% say Glamorgan. And as Andrew Williams remarks, that's 8% of people are very optimistic. Lol.
Now, are those very optimistic Welsh supporters or very pessimistic Foxes supporters? Wood in to bowl to North East. Plays that one to point. It's fielded by the ever busy Budinger. 196 for 3. In terms of scares this morning, well, there have been 1 or 2 false shots, obviously, as there would be in the course of a session. A couple of plays and misses, but maybe the North East inside edge a couple of overs ago is as close as anything, as Wood tries another short ball. And
well, he didn't let go of it, did he? Did he?
Well,
where did it go?
it's a short ball, wasn't it?
No. Something happened. It was,
I
and the
thought
umpire signalled.
I thought I saw it sailing past North East. I must have made that up.
No, I don't know quite what happened there, but the umpire immediately signalled.
Oh no.
Dead
There
ball.
we are. I'm seeing things. Commentate on non-existent
was there.
deliveries. Wood into bowl, and North East turns it round the corner for 4 down to fine leg. I did see that properly, honestly. It's just saw Wood running into bowl. He went through his bowling action. North East appeared to sway out of the way, so I sort of assumed it was a short ball that he'd played no shot to. 200 up for Glamorgan, to virtually no acknowledgement, other than the fact that it was a 4 anyway. And that means Glamorgan are 23 runs behind. As Wood bowls, North East. Oh, hits it to Travaskis, straight to Travaskis at cover, who for some reason didn't field it cleanly. Whether it just got a little bobble off an old pitch, I'm not sure. But he managed to parry it effectively enough.
Gloucestershire still haven't lost a wicket. 486 for 4. They lead by 275. Now still with those 6 wickets remaining. So
yes, even if
reassure Leicestershire supporters.
Even if Leicestershire are held here, they'll collect maximum bonus points. As North East clips one off his legs for a single, 201 for 3. So the gap over Derbyshire will not decrease at the least.
Did they get maximum bonus
I
points?
don't know.
It could actually increase. It's 31 at the moment, not including the bonus points from both the games. So they might even actually extend their lead at the top of the second division. They'll obviously get potentially 3 more points than Glamorgan.
Yes.
In third.
Wood into Ingram, who cuts, and it's well fielded by Budinger at point. There is no run at the end of the over. It's 201 for 3. Northeast 109. Ingram 68. The deficit 22. The minutes to lunch 13.
Minutes to a Greek salad with tuna.
Well, I've had my bacon for the day. Bacon butty at breakfast.
Yes, Leicestershire at the moment top, as I say, before the points from this game with 139. Derbyshire have 108. Glamorgan 97. Gloucestershire in fourth, 88. So if it is a draw, it certainly isn't the end of the world as far as the Foxes are concerned. Round the wicket goes Travaskis and bowls. Northeast clips him carefully through the vacant mid-wicket area down towards the deepish mid-on. Right fields, and there's no run, so 16 points would put them onto 155. Teams have been promoted with not much more than that last season. Just check the table. Travaskis in, back goes Ingram, turns it past short leg. You heard the little call of yes as square leg trots back to field. Lewis Hill out there, baking in the sun.
Yes, maybe one or two of the players would go for the Greek salad option as well.
Northeast turns that one towards short leg on the bounce. Dot ball, 203 with that single now. The lead, sorry, the deficit just 20.
Hot enough to be salad weather.
Absolutely. Travaskis bowls. That's a better length, really. It drew Northeast forward and he didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Better flight, but no turn. Just pushed to square leg again. Past square leg this time, in front of square by Northeast. There was that little bit of extra distance in the delivery, and as a consequence Northeast could get forward, more or less get to the pitch of it and clip it out in front of square and take one.
Bit of Patel before lunch.
Why not? Over the wicket goes Travaskis and turned to the man at backward square by Colin Ingram. Hillfields, end of the over. 8 overs, 1 made, none for 14. Now Liam Travaskis. 204 for 3, Northeast 111, Ingram 69. The partnership, a magnificent 168. The deficit, just 19.
They're not going to be ahead by lunch anyway at this rate. And this is a truly filthy over from somewhere. As Sam Wood, after 4 days, I've finally got his first name correct.
Yes.
And his end bowls and Northeast pulls in controlled fashion, playing the shot fairly gently out towards deep square, try and minimise any risk of top edging.
He's got a great second name, Sam. I'm just trying to remember. It's something like Berridge. Let me just check.
It begins with A, whatever it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's not-
SA Northeast.
Maybe it's his third. No, not Northeast.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking
about.
I thought you were talking about Sam Northeast.
No,
sorry.
no.
Okay.
Wood.
As Sam Wood bowls to Colin Ingram, who defends it to cover. Yes. Oh, yes. Berridge.
There you go. That was well remembered. Must be obviously a family name. I'll check with him. Maybe at lunch.
205 for 3. Wood 0 for 30. Bowls to Ingram, who's on the defensive. Playing it back to the bowler. Flicks it to Travaskis for a bit of polishing. Travaskis looks at it and decides it's not worth trying to polish that.
Yeah, good point from Hamish. He says this is the sort of time when you look around and pick somebody unlikely to bowl, because the batters will be terrified to get out right now, just a few minutes before lunch, and to an unknown bowler. Who could do that job for Leicestershire, I wonder?
As Ingram plays that one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, there aren't that many options, are there, really, given that Ahmed can't bowl, and they used 7 bowlers in the first innings, so that only leaves Budinger and Hill.
Well, both I've seen bowl.
Yeah.
Budinger bowls a sort of off-spin, and they quite fancied him for a while in terms of his bowling, and worked on it a bit, but that seems to have gone on the back burner. And of course, there's, as you say, Patel, and Hill bowls a little bit of seam up.
Wood in bowls, Ingram drives, but straight to mid-on. No run.
A few hilly cutters. Who knows? I'm trying to remember if he's got a first-class wicket. I don't think he has. Lewis Hill reaches for the stats to check. No, none for 47 from 54 balls. So
Yes.
bowled 9 overs.
Doesn't give you a huge amount of encouragement, does it? Ingram drives through the covers. He'll pick up a couple of runs here. It's a long chase for Hill, and they'll settle for 2, despite the ball having been dispatched almost to a different postcode. And I hope that Hill has got thick trousers or some knee protection, because he's probably done more sliding around the parched outfield than anyone else during the course of this innings. 207 for 3. North East has 112. Ingram has 71. The deficit is 16, and probably 2 more overs until the lunch interval.
I'd say so. The first of which will be bowled by Liam Travas. Oh, Rishi Patel is swinging his arms.
Yes.
He might bowl the last over before lunch. Toss a few up. Travaskis, though, will bowl the penultimate over of the session. Steps in. North East gets a full delivery, which he drives out into the offside. Puff of dust. As we've said, he will not want to get out now. The job is, they've done a great job, these two full sessions of batting, but it isn't quite over yet. They are still trailing by 16, and one could bring 2. In goes Travaskis, drops very short, and back goes North East, but he doesn't try and hit it hard, which he might otherwise have done. Just steers it carefully, makes sure he's on top of the bounce, and Scriven can make the stop in the covers. Sun, to everybody's relief, goes momentarily behind a white cloud. That one is turned past Budinger, out to mid-wicket, and there is a little round of applause. Checks the scoreboard to see why that might be.
It's not a partnership. It's
no.
not a batter's milestone. It's not going ahead.
Took North East on to 112. Over the wicket goes Travaskis to Ingram, who is forward defensively. No run. Budinger's usually got something to say, and he has at the moment from short leg. He's padded up and helmeted up and chuntering away to somebody. In goes Travaskis. Back goes Ingram to a fullish delivery, so he took a little bit of a chance there, but not much of one, folks. He's again got through this over pretty quickly, Liam Travaskis. As Ingram goes forward to the next one, the ball goes back up the pitch to the former Durham man. End of his 9th over, none for 14. His figures, and will we get an over of Rishi Patel? We will. We will. So
Wowzers. There we are. Bit of Patel, which means he might just squeeze another one in after last, since the time is 12:56 currently on the digital scoreboards.
could be time for a spot of gardening, I suspect, between North East.
They've been round the block. They know how to waste time unobtrusively, you would have thought. 208 for 3.
Yeah, you can try and get through it before your update. That'll be all right. Or, well, see how it goes.
See how it goes. Might have to adjourn for my BBC radio update next door before the end of the over, depending. 12:57. Possibly not. Here is Patel.
Well, those 2 overs in the first innings were his first in first-class cricket, so this is his third.
Here we go then. Patel from the Bennett end with a short leg and a slip in place. How lucky you're feeling, Mr. Shortleg, as Northeast drives back to the bowler and there's no run.
Patel made a real effort there to make sure it wasn't a sink. You do that off your own bowling,
Yes.
don't you? I wonder if he'd done that otherwise. Of course he would.
Patel in new territory. Ingram clips it at Budinger. I don't think that was on the full. He didn't catch it anyway.
Yeah, there was 1 or 2 little gestures from Patel and indeed Budinger, but I think it was about stopping it, as you say.
208 for 3. The deficit is 15. Patel in. Bowls and Northeast gropes forward rather uncertainly as the ball bobbles out on the offside towards gully and is retrieved by Peter Hanscom. I think I'd better let you steer us through to lunch, Richard.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with that one from Rishi Patel, who goes in and bowls. Northeast is forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it back up the pitch. Apparently Derbyshire only got 3 batting bonus points, so Leicestershire could actually increase their lead at the top of the table even if they draw this game. Forward goes Northeast, assuming Derbyshire also draw their game at Bristol. Leicestershire would extend their lead to 33 points at the top of the table if both games end in draws. In he goes, bowls, full toss actually, well, pretty much a full toss. It's driven off a thick outside edge down to the fine-ish third man boundary for 4, so not entirely convincing from Northeast, but Rishi Patel concedes a 4 from his last delivery. His third over in first class cricket. Umpire Rob White walks to the pitch. It's 12:50, walks to the stumps and the pitch, and we will get one more over before lunch. 12:59 still on the electronic scoreboard. Will be bowled by Liam Travaskis, who steps in over the wicket to Colin Ingram, who goes back and carefully defends back up the pitch on the onside. Travaskis picks up. White framed shades. He's bowling in, steps in, tosses it up a little bit on an off stump, and Ingram, having pushed forward and seen it running out into the covers, realises there's a pretty comfortable run there actually. It's well wide of Logan Van Beek at cover. Van Beek runs across the field, and Ingram moves on to 72. The partnership onto 177. Travaskis bowls, forward goes Northeast, bat a long way in front of his pads, his front pad, as he pushes that back down the pitch to the Cumbrian, Travaskis. Bowls, gives it some air, jammed back up the pitch to him by Northeast. Dust rises in a little cloud. Travaskis, a flatter delivery, shorter as well. Again though, Northeast can get forward and play knowing that he can, if there is any spin, he can adjust. And there isn't any anyway. Last ball before lunch is clipped away by Sam Northeast to the sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, who's Rehan Ahmed, and the session comes to an end. And what a session it has been for Glamorgan. Again, their second consecutive session without losing a wicket. Sam Northeast finishes the session on 118, his second consecutive century, and it's come of 227 deliveries. Ingram Colin on 72 off 186 deliveries, and so far they've put together a partnership of 178 for Glamorgan's 4th wicket. They finish the session on 214 for 3. which means that they trail by just 9 runs. 75 overs have been bowled in the innings, however, so we'll have 5 with this very soft kookaburra after the break, and then Leicestershire will have a new kookaburra to try and make something happen. Nick and I will be back with you in around about 40 minutes time, 39 minutes time. Warm applause for Messrs Northeast and Ingram, and rightly so. Great partnership that has gone a long way towards saving the game. You'll hear me possibly do a quick update for BBC Radio Leicester, and in the meantime, as I say, after that we'll be back in around about 38 minutes time.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on this final day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Play about to resume with Glamorgan on 214 for 3 in their second innings, having batted through the entirety of the morning without losing a wicket, as they did the final session yesterday. And the two men responsible, Sam Northeast, the skipper, he's 118 not out. Colin Ingram, left-handed bat, is 72 not out. Glamorgan still trail Leicestershire by 9 runs on first innings, and the new ball is 5 overs away. Nick Webb, even from BBC Wales, and myself, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester, alongside me for the first part of the afternoon session, Jack Rafferty from BBC Radio Leicester as well. From a Leicestershire point of view, hoping that the change in the commentary box, Jack, brings a little bit of fortune. It happens sometimes, it does happen.
Well, me and my mates used to have a little trick with the famous Leicestershire bucket hats, Richard, when in the One Day Cup victory, if something wasn't quite going wrong, right, you'd reverse the bucket hat. So maybe this change of commentary is the equivalent of reversing the bucket hat.
We are sort of getting to that stage. I'll tell you what, those bucket hats are very sought after. They're not that easy to get. They're of a size that fits just about every head. They're great things, those. Greenish on one side with pattern and reddish on the other. They were very popular. Rishi Patel, who bowled his third over in first class cricket just before lunch. He's going to bowl his fourth after lunch. None for 4 for him at the moment. He steps in and bowls Northeast, goes back to the slightly short of a length delivery and steers it carefully out to Rehan Ahmed on the point boundary. Ahmed, who, as we've said a number of times, but you might just be new to the commentary in this game, is unable to bowl in this game. He has an injury issue which has left him only able to bat and field. So if you're wondering why he isn't bowling or hasn't bowled, that is the reason. Patel is going to go round. Can he turn one away from the left-handed or straighten one on the left-handed Ingram? He's got a short leg and a slip. Budinger and Travaskis respectively, as Patel steps in and bowls a quick flattish delivery. Lots of oohs and ahs. It was straight and it was sort of a length, but it didn't really turn. But the moment not inclined. He's the right shape for an off spinner. He's tall and he's got a nice high right arm. If there is any bounce, he should get it. The problem is there isn't. In he goes. Bowls, gives that a little bit of air. Ingram waits for it and just gently turns it past Budinger, but not past the athletic Van Beek, who's at mid-wicket. Lobs the ball back to Patel.
You mentioned those oohs and ahs, Richard. I feel like they're louder for Rishi Patel, particularly.
He bowls and, a little bit squared up there, Colin Ingram. That almost came off the leading edge. He looked to turn his wrists on the ball. They don't want to get out to these two, obviously, before the new ball is due. And he turned his wrists a bit too soon, and the ball came off the leading edge and went back up the pitch towards Patel, who is in and bowls. Ingram is forward. There's a shout for leg before. No, says umpire Ashraf. There's a lot of hands on heads out there. How close was that? Let's have a look. See. I'm just slipping down, I think. I could see off stump. I could see middle stump. But it was worth the shout. Rishi Patel's first class wicket. No, not on that occasion. Ingram is forward, back up the pitch goes the ball. Just didn't turn enough, and was probably going on. They've been hard to convince in this game, both umpires. Naeem Ashraf, who's standing now at the Bennett end, and Rob White standing at the Pavilion end. But that could have been a huge moment for Rishi Patel and for Leicestershire.
Yeah, those oohs and ahs, the encouragement for Rishi Patel, certainly that over before lunch felt like they were intensified with it being his third ever over in first class cricket. I sent you a cheeky little text yesterday, didn't I, saying opening the batting, the established bowler Rishi Patel for Leicestershire, as Travaskis comes in now from the Pavilion end. Left arm spin as he goes to Northeast, drives it to the man at mid-off, Ben Green, and he will have another go in just a sec. Will Travaskis into northeast again, and again just drives it straight back to the bowler Travaskis, and Glamorgan still the 8 runs behind Leicestershire. Doesn't feel like there's much of a rush, does there, Richard, at all, to get past that score? Is a little
Pad.
Yeah, you had the man there at short leg for a second thinking, would they be able to get their hands on it? But as Richard says, pad and trickled onto the floor in the end anyway. So Travaskis, with the 4th of the over, comes in once again to northeast, who defends this time.
I think they're obviously conscious, Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram, that they need to be there for the new ball and to see it off, really.
Travaskis in once again, 5th ball of this over, and again, as we've sort of been saying, Northeast happy to just defend these ones away. We are 3 overs and a ball away from the new ball as Travaskis comes in for the final one of the over, which Northeast does drive this time, but once again collected by Green and no run. So 215 for 3. Glamorgan remain 8 runs behind the Foxes.
I was fairly relaxed during lunch on the basis that it looked like the Derby game was heading for a draw, or was certainly heading for a draw, or seemed to be. And so if Leicestershire drew as well, they would actually extend their lead at the top of the table. Now, I'm not so relaxed from Leicestershire's point of view because Gloucestershire declared, setting Derbyshire 316 to win in 2 sessions, so more or less 64 overs. Derbyshire will fancy that as Rishi Patel goes round the wicket to Colin Ingram, flattish delivery. Ingram goes back, defends up the pitch on the on side, so that puts the Derbyshire win back into play. They didn't get maximum batting bonus points, they only got 3 batting bonus points, so if they were to go on and win that, Patel is in. Back goes Ingram, plays it wide of Sam Wood, who slides across the Middlesex wicket. That will displease the groundsman. It isn't covered though, so there you go. Unless it's it is the covered one, but I don't think it is. I think he's left it open to bake a couple of pitches along. So Derbyshire could actually take 22 points from that game, when Leicestershire could take just 16 from this. Patel over the wicket to northeast, who wristily drives it back down the pitch at Leicestershire's opening bat.
I suppose from a Gloucestershire perspective,
you
respect they need to make up that ground on Derbyshire, so they've sort of thought, well, we might as well go for it.
It looks that way. Patel is in, gives that one some air. Northeast plays it past Wood on the other side of him this time. This time he slid to his left in a big cloud of dust as he went across one of the used patches at the end of the wickets. And Northeast picks up one, moves on to 120. 217 for 3. Patel in, bowls, driven by Ingram on the bounce out to Wood, who fields this time. Enthused by lunch, perhaps. The Leicestershire volume has increased, no question about it, but they know this hour also is crucial. Patel steps in and bowls. Forward goes Ingram. It's nice this from Patel. I like what I'm seeing here. There's no turn really for him, but he hasn't bowled any really bad balls so far. 3 overs, none for 7. He's made the batsman play, and he's had one decent shout for leg before. Logan van Beek starting to warm up because the new ball is now only 2 overs away.
And I suppose with Rishi as well, we've spoken about the ball, haven't we? And Logan spoke himself about the need for spinners. So with Ahmed not in bowling action at the minute, why not give him a few overs to see what he can do? As Travaskis comes in from the pavilion end now, it's driven but fielded well by the Leicestershire man, and that'll be once again the dot ball. As Travaskis comes in once again to Northeast, 120 he's got, and again just taking his time, waiting for that new ball. As the partnership, 181 between these two. That last wicket seems ages ago, doesn't it, Richard? As Northeast defends the third of the over from Travaskis.
It was quite a long time ago.
It was before tea yesterday, wasn't it?
It was.
When
yeah.
you felt
Kieran
like it
Carlson.
was, yeah, very much Leicestershire's game, and suddenly the draw looking definitely the most likely as Travaskis goes in once again. Northeast forced to step back and cut his shot, but no danger in the end. Fifth of the over now from Travaskis as he comes in once again, left armour. And again, the drive from Northeast collected by Green. That is mullet under a cap today. Lovely day again, isn't it, at Grace Road, Richard, as Travaskis comes in with the final one of the over. And again, Northeast happy to just see it away and take the maiden, I think. No, certainly take the dot ball anyway.
Yeah, 12 overs, none for 17 for Liam Travaskis, but not particularly threatening. Tom Scriven takes Rishi Patel's sun hat, hands it to umpire Ashraf. Chris Wright is warming up as well, so it looks like it's going to be a combination of Van Beek and Wright will take the new ball, which is now just one Rishi Patel over away. Patel in bowls, a little bit too short. Ingram goes back and just punches it carefully out into the gap at cover. Out there sweeping on the cover boundary is Lewis Hill. Ingram takes one. Moves on to 74 from 196 balls. The run rate has actually dropped today. I think it was 3s overnight. It's now 2.8. Glamorgan trailing now just by 5 as Patel steps in over the wicket and bowls. Forward goes Northeast, pushing the ball back up the pitch towards Rishi Patel. Stands, he's one of those bowlers, it seems, who likes to stand very still before he walks in, really. That's not a run up, bowls, and it's very full outside off stump, driven, square driven out to Ahmed under a sun hat there in front of the Stench and Benno stand, more properly known of course as the Uptonsteel stand alongside the meet. He gets a little cheer for his underarm throw which he acknowledges with a smile.
I won't lie, Richard, I'm disappointed there's no cake from the Friends of Grace Road.
Never on the fourth day, alas. In goes Patel and bowls. Ingram is forward, back up the pitch goes the ball. Never on the fourth day.
I had a custard cream blondie yesterday.
Did you?
It was beautiful, with a cup of tea. Sat watching Logan Van Beek get those first couple of
I
wickets.
thought I saw you walking around there carrying a plate and a cup. In goes Patel and bowls. Back goes Ingram, defends out towards mid-wicket. There will be one more delivery with this sponge-like cricket ball. Minimal sound of ball on bat. It absorbs it all. Patel steps in and bowls. Ingram is forward, and that is that. 219 for 3 off 80. Glamorgan, a total and a result that they would have settled for at 36 for 3 shortly before tea yesterday. They trail by just 4 runs, and now, in a way, the game starts. Thanks to Jack, who will be back maybe with us a little bit later. Nick Webb from BBC Wales will come back alongside our attempt, Nick, at our BBC Radio Leicester attempt, by a quick change of commentary to buy a wicket. Didn't work. We are
Jack was lobbing them up, was he?
He was.
In the same way as Rishi Patel, possibly.
Completely. I thought they were fairly respectable overs from Patel, really. There were no really ranked deliveries, no full tosses, no real long hops, and very much worth persisting with. They were telling me he'd been bowling really nicely in the nets, and it would be good to add that extra little arrow to his quiver, so to speak, or string to his bow, whichever way you want to put it.
Right, here comes the suggesting that it wasn't serious, but even more serious stuff from Leicestershire with Chris Wright from this pavilion end.
I do feel that Gloucestershire may have... Derbyshire only need 4 and over. It's a very generous declaration.
You're worried about Banger's declaration, aren't you, Cameron Bancroft?
Oh. Well, crumbs.
So, new ball. Glamorgan still 4 behind. Still 7 wickets standing, though, as the first ball with the new ball is outside the off stump from Wright and allowed to go through by Northeast.
They can play this ball.
Great to see Northeast back, says Mark Thomas on X. Some degree of sarcasm in there with his non-selection for T20. Difficult to tell from the digital word. 219 for 3. As Wright is in to bowl to Northeast, outside off stump, no shot played. 2 slips, 4 saving the single. Outfielders at deep cover, backward square third man. Little bit more attack needed maybe from Leicestershire. Another slip, someone on the drive. Who am I to query Peter Hanscom? He's played years of professional cricket and I haven't. As Northeast is forward, has to play for the first time, but a good scampering stop by Budinger from point. 219 for 3. There wasn't really anything we could describe as a chance in the morning session. A few false shots as almost inevitable.
Still thinking about your Greek salad?
No, the Greek salad was thoroughly edible. Thank you, Leicestershire. As Wright is in to bowl to Northeast. No shot played. No shot needed.
3 out of 4 that Northeast has been able to let go outside off stump.
It's not ideal from the Foxes' point of view, is it? You want to draw as many shots as you can, whether they be attacking or defensive. A leave 3 feet outside off stump does no one any good from the Leicestershire point of view. Wright bowls. No shot played. 4 out of 5. Just wonder whether there might have been
a green, to be honest. But
there might have been a merit in leaving Travaskis on with for a couple of overs with the new ball, just to see if gets a bit of extra bounce with a short leg in or something like that. 221 for 3. Glamorgan trail by 2 as Wright bowls and Northeast defends to mid on. Has there been a new... No, there must have been a no ball in this over that I haven't noticed. So the score at the start of it was 219 for 3 and it's now 221 for 3.
Indeed, there was.
Glamorgan trail by 2 as Wright bowls to Northeast. No shot required. 221 for 3. Chris Wright's bowled better overs in his career and Leicestershire will hope he bowls a few better today.
Hanscom won't hesitate to take him off quickly. We've already seen him do that a couple of times, including actually to Wright in the first innings. I think he took him off pretty promptly. 3 overs I think he had in his first spell. He seems to have 1 or 2 issues with his front foot, Chris Wright, at the moment. Just looking at him walking back and talking to Tom Scriven and sort of pointing his foot at the ground, the toes down. Van Beek will surely make the batsman play. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Ingram with, as Nick said, just the 2 slips, Rishi Patel and Liam Travaskis. Glamorgan trailed by just 2 runs. Van Beek comes in and pulls famous last words from Richard Ray, because he doesn't make the batsman play. It did swing back in a little bit from around the wicket, but it's a tolerably safe leave from Ingram. And that died a little bit into the gloves, new ball notwithstanding as well. I think the pitch has been baked into submission, really. Wind has finally dropped a little bit, hasn't it? It's still cloudy and sunny from time to time. In goes Van Beek, bowls on the legs, clipped very nicely by Ingram down to the backward square boundary for 4. Lovely shot.
And a token bit of applause, not only for the shot but for Glamorgan moving into the lead, avoiding the innings defeat, making sure that Leicestershire, if Glamorgan are bowled out, will have to bat again.
Derby made a pretty decent start,
says Richard very ruefully. Derbyshire being Leicestershire's closest challengers at the start of this round.
Is cut away by Ingram. Sorry, I was a little bit short outside off stump by Van Beek, and Ingram got on top of the bounce, cut it away down to Wood, who's at very wide third man down there. Not much green around Wood where he's fielding at the moment. A lot of brown grass, dry grass. It really could do with a good soaking. And I'm sure there's groundsmen everywhere thinking exactly the same about their outfields.
Yes, preferably not on a Friday night or Saturday morning, though, from the club cricketer's point of view.
True. Van Beek over the wicket to northeast. In bowls. Northeast is tucked up a little bit. Looked high to me. There's a big shout for leg before, but umpire Ashraf is not interested. Well, he's interested, but not sufficiently so to give it out. It was going down, and as well as being a bit high. So that is why. But they've been good, the umpires, in this game, haven't they? They've been very hard to convince.
Possibly Sam Northeast might disagree with you on
yeah,
his first innings.
Regarding LBW.
Regarding LBWs, yes.
As much as anything. There haven't been many of them, have there, looking back through
Have there been any?
my notes? I'm pretty sure there
Yes,
have.
Callaway.
Callaway got given. In goes Van Beek, bowls on off stump, defended on the back foot by Northeast, out to Scriven.
Yeah, Callaway was playing all
Working it
across
off.
the line, wasn't he, to Van Beek.
He almost walked, didn't he?
So that's the only LBW of the game, and to be honest, I think it's a good thing that the umpires are hard to convince, because they shouldn't be guessing and thinking, well, that's probably out.
Van Beek bowls. Northeast reaches for that one a little bit outside off stump. It was well pitched up, but because he had to reach for it a bit, he didn't time it at all, and it ran out very gently into the offside. Van Beek 2 for 40 from 15, 2-6 for 3. Glamorgan 3 to the good now. So remember, all these runs now, Leicestershire will have to score as well, so that will add to the time. 58 overs remain in the day, potentially.
And also, unless it coincides with tea, there's 2 overs taken off for the changeover of innings. Lawrence in Cardiff messages me with the development of a well-known high street retailer rolling out a strawberries and cream sandwich inspired by Japanese sweet sandos, apparently. Sweetened bread, red diamond strawberries and whipped cream cheese. Sounds a little on the sweet side, even for someone with a sweet tooth. As that's outside the off stump from right to Ingram. Yes, strawberries and cream sandwich. Well, given that there's...
I've had a banana sandwich in the past.
Yeah.
Sliced banana.
Yeah. And Yes. Little uncertain at the cream cheese element. I suppose it might work. Wouldn't definitively rule it out, but this is available from a well-known high street retailer anyway. As Wright is into bowl and Ingram forces off
No ball as well.
the back foot. It's a no ball and it's gone for 4 through third man up to the scoreboard, picked out from behind the tractor. Not sure whether he quite meant to hit it that fine, but it was well wide the slips, perfectly safe, and indeed it wouldn't have mattered had he hit it 2 slip if it was a no ball anyway.
Derbyshire 33 without loss off 6, galloping towards the 316 target. Great declaration by Bancroft.
Surprised really in Bristol. As Ingram in more defensive mode, but finding a gap in the field nonetheless. Down to wide third man for a single. Glamorgan lead by 10 at 2:33 for 3. And given that wickets do get so flat in Bristol in the closing stages, or quite often happens, and Glamorgan fairly comfortably batted out for a draw despite following on in Bristol early in the season, and it's not the first time. Northeast into the offside, off the front foot, single out to deep cover.
Richard, this is going to be a draw. The pitch is a featherbed. Why are pitches not breaking up in England anymore, considering how warm it has been? And you probably have to get, what do they call people who are experts in soil? Agronomists, isn't it? Something like that. Get their expert opinion to answer that scientifically. But so many, the squares are pitches. Well, this is a relayed pitch, but sometimes they're rolled into submission, aren't they?
Right bowls, Ingram drives to mid-off. Fielded by Green, no run.
So in some cases the rollers can break them up, but usually they don't. And I hate the fact that you can use a heavy roller twice in games. I think that's been a really negative development.
Yes, there was one of the coaches banging on about this recently. I think it was last season when we were talking to Otis Gibson when he was in charge of Yorkshire.
He's right.
He is right. And there's Ingram on the defensive. Been a volley of ex-posts after the lunch interval. Caden says, great stuff so far, but realistically need to be still batting around 5-ish. I think if there are a few wickets down after tea, that as long as Glamorgan don't lose more than a couple in this session, you would have thought they would have been okay. Emir Evans reckons this game is still banging the balance with the new ball. Well, these are certainly going to be testing moments for Glamorgan as Wright bowls, and Ingram answers that test with the sternest of forward defences. Emir also says, on the subject of leg before decisions, having been given out LBW last night, I could have done with umpire Ashraf in Lampeter. Steve West in Cardiff, how refreshing to see 2 old men, your words not mine Steve, doing what the younger batters cannot in forming a long partnership. And Trevor in Dublin, great stand between Colin and Sam, long may it continue. If you want to ex-post me, which still sounds vaguely obscene, BBC Sport Wales is the official one.
Well, they are just 2 now away from a 200 partnership. As Logan van Beek comes in from the Bennett end and bowls to Sam North East, who is very compact and neat in defence on the back foot there. Blocking it out on the offside, but off-stumper delivery. I'm not going to give you reports of the Derbyshire again because they're making such rapid progress that...
Is it Di Lloyd involved?
Oh, you want to know, do you? It's still the
Welsh angle.
It's Harry Kame and, of course, Caleb Jewell.
Not Lloyd.
Galloping along. In goes Van Beek, and slightly squared up there, oddly. was North East, and he took his bottom hand off the bat, played it almost one-handed, and bat in front of pads. He was standing up quite tall at the crease, and the ball ran off into the offside. He's looking down at the bottom of his bat somewhat critically, but he's happy enough now. It's been a mammoth effort of concentration. 257 balls he's faced for this 122. In goes Van Beek. That's a lovely shot out through mid-wicket, and I think it's going to go the distance for all that Lewis Hill is belting up the rope. He's not going to get there, and North East picks up 4, and that is the 200 partnership, which is greeted by applause from
probably
some.
from the balcony beneath us, the Glamorgan dressing room.
Sounded a bit that way, didn't it? I don't know whether any the Glamorgan supporters are still. I think there are a few still around, aren't there, in the ground?
I haven't spoken to any today.
Possibly not then.
But it wasn't an organised trip this time, so it's up to the individuals.
Van Beek is in and bowls as bounce, and that really does discomfort Sam North East, who again bottom hand came off the bat. He was staying on the back foot.
It's a howl of excitement from Van Beek, wasn't
It
it?
was just that he played that rather oddly. He's looking at his right hand a little bit. Didn't get up quite as much as I thought, but clearly it wasn't what North East was expected.
Jar the hand on the bat, possibly?
Possibly that, because it certainly didn't come out the middle. Van Beek is in, driven by North East out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Ben Green at the moment, and 1 is taken. North East on to 127, the lead 16.
Graham Brill and Merthyr. Emails, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Still thinks Leicestershire should have more fielders attempting to take wickets rather than save runs.
There haven't been many chances created in that respect. Van Beek is in, bowls short outside off stump to Ingram, who just leans away and watches the ball fly through into the gloves of the captain, Peter Hanscom. I mean, if the edges were being taken, or if the bat was being beaten at all, really, then I'm sure Hanscom would have a third slip, or maybe a gully. Gully, yes, I can see that, really, for the sort of skewed drive, so a skewed attempted drive, but it really does look, as correspondent Hamish remarked, a featherbed at the moment.
Graham says, with regard to wickets, too much synthetic fertiliser over the years takes the life out of the soil. Need to change the topsoil.
What is synthetic fertiliser?
There's right bowls and northeast drives, and there is no run. I'll leave that to the scientists to ponder the science of producing decent wickets. There's a department of it at Aberystwyth University. I know that sort of land studies. 239 for 3 as right bowls, northeast drives, and a single is taken to Scriven at wide mid off. The stand is now worth 204 and is on the verge of
It is
breaking a minor record for Glamorgan against Leicestershire.
a partnership record for the 4th wicket. I'll let you give the details of it if and when it happens.
Right, with 2 slips to Ingram, 4 saving the single. Ingram drives into the offside. He's got that one away pleasantly, but Ahmed will jog round that boundary in front of the meet, which he's been patrolling that side of the ground for much of the game. Chucks it in underarm, as he has been doing through the game. And if anyone can explain why Ahmed is not fielding closer to the bat if he can't throw. A few more stretches from him as North East defends up to mid-on. No run. 2:41 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 18 runs. The batting to come: Callaway, Cook, Tribe, Van der Hoogten, Harris and Leonard. Crane was the emergency opener, lasted 26 balls for 12 in Tribe's absence, but Tribe has been seen here upright talking to the match referee as North East on the back foot plays it back to right, backhands it towards the stumps. There was no attempt at a run anyway.
It's interesting as they have now equalled that third wicket partnership record, that they also, fourth wicket partnership record, they also hold the third wicket partnership record against Leicestershire from 2022. That could be unique, you would have thought.
As, on the defensive goes North East. Playing it out to Scriven, no run and the over. 2:41 for 3, 18 ahead.
They put on 306 in that famous North East game 3 years ago, but that was for the third wicket. Colin Ingram and Sam North East. Quite a lot of fairly recent records.
Was there a record between North East and Cook as well?
There was, yes. 461.
Yeah.
In that same fixture, so North East will maybe about to become partner in 3 partnership records for different wickets for Glamorgan against Leicestershire. Round the wicket goes Van Beek, and it's left outside off stump by Colin Ingram. Working up a bit of pace, is doing his best to flog some life out of the pitch.
Yeah, that 4-6-1 between North East and Cook is understandably the all-time Glamorgan record for anyone wicket against anyone, beating the previous Adrian Dale and Viv Richards combo.
One imagines that Richards got the majority of the runs in that partnership, but you never know.
I think Dale might have got a double as well.
Oh, I could be doing Dale a disservice then. Van Beek is in and bowls, and nicely defended on the back foot by Colin Ingram. Come on, Logie, shouts. Sounded a fairly Australian encouragement, so assuming it was Hanscom. But it was funny talking to or with Sol Budinger after his amazing century, having a chat with him at the end of day 2 as Van Beek is in. Ingram leaves the bouncer, sways away from it. There was a gentleman visiting from Australia, from whose son was with him, who is at the same school as that attended by Sol in Brisbane. And after no more than 30 seconds conversation, Sol had switched into sort of broad Queensland Australian accent as Van Beek is in and bowls outside off stump left. Good leave.
Yes, there's conversation about which houses they were in at school as well.
Indeed, yes.
Which
and the master, the cricket teacher.
Adrian Dale in that match made his career best 214 not out, so he went run for run with the master.
There you go. How many did I.V.A. Richards get in that day or that innings? A double hundred himself, or?
I believe so.
Ingram has just got something flying has gone underneath his grill. I think it's gone now. It has. Van Beek turns in. I'm sure relatively welcome cool at the moment because of the cloud. Bowls and Ingram is forward, pushing it out into the offside Budinger field. So at the moment still it is a joint record for the 4th wicket. As I say, Nick will tell you who was the, maybe who when he gets to his over, which the still current record holders are.
Adrian Dale, who hit the winning runs in the 2004 One-Day League against Lancashire at Galwin Bay.
Van Beek is in, bowls, a little bit of bounce and up on his toes. Ingram tries to chop it away through the offside. It's on him quite quickly, doesn't time it, fielded by Budinger at point, end of the over. 2-4-1 for 3, Glamorgan lead by 18 and the partnership now 205.
Yes, Adrian Dale, and it doesn't take a genius to go from Daly to Arthur as his nickname, which it was.
It was a big programme at the time, wasn't it?
Certainly was.
Minder.
Arthur Daly. 241 for 3. Glamorgan trying to take all the heat and the drama out of the situation. What have Leicestershire got left in the locker? Chris Wright bowls. Northeast turns it away on the leg side. Ahmed fields.
All these records do at least add to our paragraphs. Writing at the end of the day, because it may need them.
Well, I think there's enough background with Leicestershire's winning run and Morgan still being just about in contention, and the fact that it may all come to naught anyway if there's a conference system for next year. As North East takes one hand off the bat there.
There we go.
And plays it down to fine leg for the record-breaking run. They have now displaced Messrs Matthew Maynard and David Hemp from the record books. And thank you to Dr. Andrew Hignell for alerting me to that record.
It's interesting how many of those records for Glamorgan against Leicestershire were set here as opposed to Wales. 2 of them actually were at Swansea.
Okay.
At St Helens. The 5th wicket.
As that is defended by Ingram. No run.
That was Messrs Meandad and Holmes in 1984, 199, so that's quite one of the lower ones. And the 7th wicket, Messrs Cotty and you're just talking about him, Otis Gibson.
Oh, yeah.
And that was 211 in 1996. Another one was set in 2023 that I'd forgotten about, Chris Cook and Michael Neser. Of course it was.
Oh, yes.
Of course it was, 211.
As Wright is in, bowls to Ingram, who punches this one away through backward point and away for 4. A meaty punch from Ingram. The ball coming onto the bat rather better. The new ball, the 7th over thereof. Michael Neser suddenly proved that he was a batter as well as a bowler in his last season with Glamorgan. He got a huge century down at Hove as well.
The 9th wicket was set at Colwyn Bay. Robert Croft and H.A. Shantry. Shantry was...
Adam Shantry.
Adam Shantry.
Yeah, it didn't play long for Glamorgan. As Ingram forces another one into the offside. That'll just be a single out to Ahmed, sweeping in front of the Meat Cafe.
The 10th wicket was at a ground we were talking about yesterday when I was briefly looking through the grounds book at Cardiff Arms Park.
All right.
In 1933.
I won't remember that one then.
123 between R.G. Duckfield and J.C. Clay.
I did see a cricket match played at the Arms Park, but it was some sort of charity thing when it was already a rugby ground, and there's therefore very short boundaries on one side, well, on both sides really. As North East blocks the last ball of the over up to mid-off. 247 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 24. Leicestershire needs some inspiration in addition to the perspiration. North East 129. Ingram has 90.
Logan van Beek to continue. He's giving it everything, but not getting any sort of lateral joy. That's the problem. And he goes and bowls very wide outside off stump, and that must have been close to being signalled wide. But umpire Ashraf said it moved away a bit, so he is generous. Lets it go.
The Wales rugby team set off for Japan today. Playing 2 tests out there. Coverage on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Television.
I was about to ask her. In goes Van Beek, and forward goes Ingram, pushing into the gap and taking 1 in the offside. What is talking about runs of defeats and victories? How many tests is it now for?
Yes, 17, I believe.
Is it?
Yes.
Good Lord. I was going to guess at about 10 or 11. 17.
No, well, it saw the end of Warren Gatland last year, didn't it? And or earlier this year, rather. And they've played 2 or 3 under the caretaker Matt Sherratt, and for some reason, despite Gatland having departed mid-Six Nations, they still haven't been able to appoint a permanent successor.
Interesting. Van Beek over the wicket to Northeast, who pushes it firmly back up the pitch on the off side. Moving smartly across to his right is Tom Scriven, and there's no run.
So Matt Sherratt remains in caretaker charge for the 2 summer tests. And I was at the microphone 12 years ago for Wales's last summer test against Japan, which they lost in Tokyo, but with a much weakened side, because that too is in a British and Irish Lions year, and Wales had quite a lot of players that year, as opposed to not this year.
Van Beek is in. Northeast is tucking him away through mid-wicket. Hill quickly onto the ball, loses his cap, loses his sunglasses, loses all sorts of bits and pieces and accoutrements, but he gets his throw away sufficiently quickly to keep Northeast to 1. He's moved on to 130. Ingram 91. The partnership 2-1-3. The lead 26.
Yes, Neil Thornycroft, I hope you're feeling better, Neil, reminds us that Glamorgan actually lost that game where there was that 400 partnership between Viv Richards and Adrian Dale.
Back round the wicket goes Van Beek and bowls to Ingram. Grunt of effort, shout of effort almost, but Ingram time to stand up tall and play it carefully out to Budinger.
Yeah, they were all out very cheaply in the second innings, I think, to Phil Tufnell, if I remember correctly. Tuffers.
But those were the days of 4th day wickets that turned then, clearly, which we are not in that era for some reason any more. Synthetic fertilisers. In goes Van Beek, bowls outside off stump, a little bit short, and Ingram can lift his arms and let the ball bounce through at a good pace, but arrow straight.
To be fair, there were a couple of Cardiff May, June last season that did turn quite considerably. Crane nearly 1-1 for Glamorgan, taking 5 wickets, and I think it was Middlesex had a partnership of 60 to the 9th wicket to win the game, and Glamorgan did win another game on a pitch that spun considerably, but we'll see if they can manufacture something in Cardiff on Sunday that interests the spinners, Crane and Callaway.
Derbyshire 63 without loss off 12.
Free for under-17s in Cardiff on Sunday, and free to everyone here for Leicestershire against Middlesex on Sunday. You cannot get better value entertainment than that. Leicestershire against Middlesex, also at Grace Road. Travaskis is going to have a bowl with the 9th over of the new ball. as I suspected or suggested that he might, while the ball is still relatively hard. He was bowling with the old ball about half an hour ago, as North East drives the first ball through the covers for a single. 250 for 3. Glamorgan at 27 runs ahead. Here on BBC Sport Online with Richard Ray and myself, Nick Webb. And Glamorgan will be hoping this serene pace continues. Leicestershire need something to break it up within the next hour or so. Travaskis in with a short leg, and Ingram pulls, and the ball ends up with short leg. Just looking away past him. Wood is bouncing up and down enthusiastically in front of us, as that's fired in rather by Travaskis, and Ingram on the back foot knocks it down into the gully. No run. Was applauding his teammates' efforts, as well as doing his stretches, as if he's going to be bowling before too long, as the Ingram goes forward and pads up to that one. There's a howl of this and that. Applause for Trev, or Trevor, as he seems to be widely known by his teammates. Ingram forward, head over the ball watchfully. Textbook defensive shot. Wood still likes it. As Travaskis in bowls, Ingram steers it gently away on the offside. There is no point filled up, and they'll wander through for a single. Nick Fayers on next says Glamorgan doing great, but the ball for this game and next is not great for teams getting results.
Yeah, agreed. The weather possibly hasn't helped. You know, hot and dry and windy, and pitches flat. But no. The games looked as though they could be sort of set up quite nicely, but unless there's been a declaration, they've all rather died a death. Well, unless young Sam Wood can have a day to remember. Can he break the game open as...
Only 4 overs from Van Beek.
Yeah. Hard work. Came steaming in. He might have one more burst maybe before tea, but maybe not. Wood is in and bowls nice and straight, but Ingram is equal to it, blocking it out towards extra cover. Van Beek himself picks up his lost his sweatband somewhere. Logan. Longish run Wood has. 6'3", 6'4", something like that. He's a tall young man. Fair head, running in and bowling outside off stump, spars away there. Ingram doesn't take the edge, but a little bit of extra bounce. He rehearses a shot that he didn't play. Actually, he was trying to punch it away off the back foot. It rose on him. He went through with the shot and missed. He rehearses a front foot drive, but he wasn't on the front foot when he tried to play that shot. So a little lapse of concentration perhaps from Ingram, which would be forgivable when you face 230 balls.
Why has Sam Wood not made it to Cricketers Who's Who, I wonder?
Well, he only played one game last season. That was his debut. 2 games, was it, last season? He made his first class debut. In he goes, bowls, off stump line, that's played off the back foot by Ingram, in defence essentially, out towards Budinger. So I don't know whether maybe he didn't just fill in the questionnaire. Maybe he wasn't sent the questionnaire.
I thought it was anyone who'd played first class, and he did.
Oh, he did, yeah.
6'4" according to Playfair.
There we go. He's a tall chap. 20 years old. I think it was, yes. Turns, little shuffle at the start of his run. Charges down the slope and bowls. Ingram looks to chop him away through the offside. Chops it down into the ground off the thick bottom edge. No friends of Grace Road, alas, today. But as Jack was mentioning, he paid them a visit yesterday. We're not exactly berated, were we, at the close of play yesterday? But the lady from the Friends of Grace Road said she'd been expecting us.
We have been labouring quite hard during this match. Didn't quite have time.
Apologies, we didn't get round there. As Wood is in and bowls, Ingram drives pleasantly right, has to get to his right. He makes the stop, or at least gets something behind it. It bounces off him and goes another foot or two to the right, but they were going to take one anyway. They didn't take two, so no harm done in that respect. 252. Jack went I think he said something blondie, chocolate, a sort of biscuity cake, he said. That had gone down very well. Good.
I'm sure it did. More power to their baking elbows.
Some of the players' mums have been known to bake cakes. Mrs. Kimber. As Wood is over the wicket, bowls, driven, dispatched by North East. It was a half volley outside off stump, and that was dismissed from his presence by North East. He restrained himself throughout this entire innings, but that was that was a bit of a release.
Laid into that one, didn't he?
I'll have that.
Absolutely off the middle of the bat. The ball still relatively hard and smashed it away. Freddie in Mumbles draws my attention to their centenary celebrations, which are on Sunday 20th of July at Mumbles Cricket Club, where the home side will be playing a Glamorgan Masters side, which sounds fun, at 2 o'clock on Sunday the 20th of July. I'll try and squeeze the details in between deliveries from Travaskis, but they're not very far apart.
Yeah, good luck.
Travaskis bowls, Ingram drives to long on for a single, 257 for 3. £5 general admission, kids free, barbecue, music, raffle and fun for all the family. There's a luncheon with a Q&A session, no doubt with one or two of the star guests, £30 a head. As Travaskis will bowl the right-handed North East with a short leg in place, but he won't be needed as North East steps back and slaps it through the covers for 4. Cross bat extremely firmly hit down the hill. It races.
That's gone far enough to buy you some time.
And among the Glamorgan Masters, who it's hoped will be appearing, Ashes legend Simon Jones, Matthew Maynard, Mike Powell, Darren Thomas and Mark Wallace, it is hoped, will appear, subject to availability and fitness, etc. 261 for 3, the lead is 38. As, down the pitch comes North East and hits it in the air. Is he going to be caught? He is! It's beautifully taken in front of us, and Leicestershire have the breakthrough. Wood clung on, running backwards. North East goes for 139, and the breakthrough that Leicestershire have been looking for a couple of sessions finally comes. Glamorgan lead by 38 with 6 wickets in hand.
Well, that I did not expect. That was a sensational catch, by the way. Sam Wood turned, it was dropping over his shoulder, had a lot of ground to make up to the ball. He did actually have to put in the dive, took it two-handed. That was an outstanding effort from Wood and may have changed the game. But that's possibly the first time in 273 balls North East has hit the ball in the air. He's shaking his head as he goes off. And it's been a brilliant knock. But I'm as surprised as he is. As you say, the lead is only 38, and this ball, although it hasn't done anything, is still relatively new.
Yeah, there were just signs in the last couple of overs, weren't there, that he was looking to take the attack to Leicestershire for the first time in the innings. Nicely driven 4 through the offside, off wood, and a flat batted 4 through the covers earlier in that over, and there he was looking to go back over the top with mid on and mid off reasonably well up, but well taken by Wood, who had to, as you say, make a fair bit of distance back from his fielding position and took it virtually coming over his shoulder. So for the first time since just after tea yesterday, Leicestershire have a new batter to bowl at, and Ben Callaway's temperament will be tested now. We know he can score positive attacking runs. Will he look to be positive now?
That will lift the Foxes immeasurably. They didn't exactly, shoulders weren't exactly slumping out there, but there was just a slightish sense of resignation. Not now.
Yeah, that was out of character with the rest of the innings, wasn't it?
Astonishing. Just because of exactly that. I don't mean it was, you know, it's not, that's not a criticism, it's just to suddenly do that, the patience just finally gave way, perhaps, or what a catch by Wood.
In comes Vasquez to bowl to Callaway, who stretches forward and defends off the middle of the bat. Callaway is a tall young man, so he's got a good reach. I haven't seen him play a long blocking innings before now, so there might be an element of him trying to play his shots. He's off the mark here with a driven single through the offside. Out to Hill, the cover sweeper. 262 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 39, so effectively 39 for 4 with 49 overs remaining after this one in the match.
Yeah, that sounds better than 262 for 4 from Leicester's point of view.
Ingram forward to defend, and if they got Ingram now, they might fancy the chances with 2 new men to bowl at. Edward Cooper does remind me of those Tufnell figures in that 1993 game that we were discussing with the big stand for Glamorgan. Tufnell in the second innings bowled 23 overs and took 8 for 29, so I think you can take it that Sapphire Gardens was spinning a little on that occasion. But interesting that Leicestershire got the breakthrough virtually as soon as Glamorgan started to try to accelerate, which might tell you something about conditions. So there's got to be a firm game plan for Glamorgan now. They have to have absolutely in their minds how they're playing it.
Well, that catch will lift Wood, who is now bowling from the Bennett end, comes down the slope, bowls to Callaway, short ball. Callaway pulls it, a really controlled pull slash hook around the corner. It bounced up on him, but he was swivelling early and then didn't try and overhit it, just almost guided it around the corner. Again, minimal sound of bat on ball, really nice shot, and as I say, in complete control. But he did go for it, which might mean that he'll get 1 or 2 more short balls.
Don't think he'll have quite the same approach as North East. I would assume that he would play a few more shots.
Wood in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump. Sky blue heels, almost lighter blue than that on these cricket boots. Ben Callaway.
Yes, there are not many ways in which they're allowed to. There are limits on the amount of colour you can have on the top of your boots, aren't there? So it's one of the few individual elements you can express yourself with, I guess.
Wood bowls to him. He defends, guiding it down backward of square towards Sol Budinger. Just look at the pads on Budinger, because obviously he's been fielding at short leg to Travaskis. 25 in the first dig. Ben Kellaway. We've already spoken about how he's the one leg before wicket dismissal of the match so far. That was to Logan van Beek. Sam Wood is in and bowls to him. He leaves again. It lifts a little bit on him. One of those that when you leave can sometimes just clip the face of the bat, but Kellaway again knew exactly what he was doing. 266. No blue sky around now. The clouds are still sort of mainly fluffy. They're a little bit darker, but that will be a welcome relief. I suspect both batters and bowlers out there. It's still very warm, but not quite as baking hot as it was. Wood in. Kellaway is defending. Straight ball. Bat in front of pads. Turning it out into the onside. Picked up by Tom Scriven. No run. Shirt outside his trousers for Sam Wood. Quite a few of the Leicestershire players like that. Maybe it's the new, well, a few of them have got tucked in as well. Wood is in and bowls. Kellaway is defending down into the ground. Bounces towards gully. Travaskis runs up to field. End of the over. The 12th with the new ball. 92nd of the innings. They do need to go bang bang though, Leicestershire, as cricketers have it. Lead is 43, 48 overs remain, possibly 46.
Ah yes, the bang bang cliche. Actually, I'm surprised I haven't heard that from the field, as it does tend to get shouted with or without any just cause. Glamorgan effectively 43 for 4 as Ingram is on strike with a slip and a short leg, and Travaskis bowls and turns it just past short leg to Scriven at mid wickets, no run. Travaskis 1 for 25 and he's in his 15th over. Ingram on the back foot defending, no run. So he certainly has been economical, and he has the vital wicket now of northeast. Travaskis bowls slightly quicker. Ingram is forward. Northeast in the end faced 274 balls and hit 16 fours. Played out 188 dot balls. Forward goes Ingram, and the ball squirts rather off the bottom of the bat, but all along the ground. And wide of short leg anyway. Ingram on 94. I shouldn't think he'll be too focused on the century. He pulls this one away though, and he'll move a couple towards it as it's picked up on the mid-wicket boundary by Ben Green, and they're back for 2. Ingram has 96. The total is 268 for 4. Ingram has one previous century this season at Bristol, as that's played out on the leg side. No run, another over ticks by. Goes up as 92.6 rather confusingly on the board for a few seconds. Hopefully that will move round and therefore reduce the number remaining, which I think is 46. The lead is 45 for Glamorgan. Travaskis 1 for 27 off his 15 overs. That is 47 overs remaining.
Wood from the Bennett end bowls and Kellaway's forward. Holds the pose a while, which always means, or nearly always means, the batsman is happy with it and has middled it. Very correct. Ben Kellaway. I'm not used to this 4-day business. Neither are you, actually.
No.
That's hard.
3 days in a row.
Hard work. In goes Wood and bowls. Ooh, a little bit of lift for him there, but really nicely played by Kellaway. He rode the bounce and blocked it out towards wideish third man. Ahmed came sprinting in and made as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. In the end, realised that Kellaway wasn't going to try for a second, so he didn't need to risk that injury.
Yes, with regard to the overseas cricketers, Glamorgan have employed in terms of bowling. Asitha Fernando is currently playing in the Sri Lanka-Bangladesh Test match, and Matt Kuhneman is in the Australian squad, although not in the side. Australia have decided to bat first against West Indies at Bridgetown.
Wood round the wicket to Ingram, little bit short. Ingram up on his toes, cracking it away nicely off the back foot. Out to the sweeper, who's Scriven at the moment.
And for once there is no Labuschagne in the Australian side. He is on the tour, but not in the 11 for the Test match. I'm afraid, Fox's fans, there's grim news from Bristol.
Derbyshire at 100 for none off 15, something like that. In goes Wood and bowls, back foot defensive shot, might just have come back into Kellaway a bit, and it was a little bit awkward as he blocked that one out into the offside.
105 for naught after 18 overs.
Wasn't far off. What ridiculous declaration. Mutters to himself.
Requiring a further 211 runs for victory.
It does seem somewhat generous, doesn't it?
I'm baffled.
So am I. But anyway.
Australian captains don't often give it away.
In goes Wood and bowls Kellaway. Leaves. Well, one correspondent in Australia suggests Australians don't mind losing if it gives themselves a chance to win, but there's a line, you would have thought, whereby boldness becomes foolhardiness.
Yeah, Bancroft's been long enough playing for Gloucestershire at Bristol to know the difficulty in taking wickets on the last day.
Wood is in and bowls. Kellaway drives it out into the gap towards the sweeper. Under the trees over there is that Roman out there at the moment? I think it might be. 12th is on. Oh, Hill is emerging from below us. The veteran Hill. So he's been off momentarily.
At Blackpool, looks like Lancashire are going to pick up the victory there. Kent 116 for 7 in their second innings, 149 short of avoiding an innings defeat, with 5 wickets for Chris Green for Lancashire. Lancashire having rung up 639 for 9 in their only innings. At Northampton, Northampton 83 for 2, needing a further 228. Travaskis bowls, Kellaway stretches forward and defends. So a possibility that game could go either way as well. Middlesex declared on 3-3-2 for 8. Travaskis in, bowls Kellaway on the back foot.
Did something.
Yes, looked rather discomforted by that. Get forward, young man.
Thick outside part of the bat.
Travaskis off about 5 steps. Kellaway drives to cover and there's no run. You expect spinners to have short run-ups, but Travaskis is not the tallest, and he's about half a metre behind the umpire when he starts. Callaway defends, stretching forward. He's pretty much in touching distance of the umpire, isn't he? Most of the time, anyway. Liam Travaskis. He comes in, bowls a little bit more air there, down leg side. Callaway, don't think got anything on it. Keeper couldn't take it cleanly anyway. And it is a dot ball, but Callaway doesn't really need to be following them down there. Either stick him in the stands or kick him away. Travaskis in to bowl. Callaway is forward, defending to cover. Glamorgan 2-7-1 for 4, lead Leicestershire by 48 runs. 45 overs remain.
The tea will be taken at the usual time on the 4th day.
For the batter, Ben Green.
Which is now, what, 50 minutes away? So Leicestershire go to green. Also would like to see him with the new ball. Leicester have used Holland with the new ball, and he's really moved it around a lot, and he's sort of roughly the same sort of pace and style of bowler. His wrist, he does a little bit more with the ball than Green. But they're not dissimilar in terms of sort of pace and style and accuracy. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Ingram, who was on 97, turns that one out to mid-on, where right's the field. See if you can see him over the line. I suspect he might do it in ones, actually, given his in singles.
Yes, he has not played many offensive shots. Has very carefully picked his ball as he knocks that one away through the leg side for a single to mid-wicket. 98 to Ingram, 272 for 4.
I think it would have taken a ball that had to be hit to the boundary for him to really go for it. And why not? What a job he's done for his side. But brings Callaway down to face Green for the first time. He retakes his guard from umpire Ashraf. Still just the two slips for the still relatively new batsman. 19 balls faced. There's Green in, bowls. Callaway gets a shortish ball outside the off stump, but he steers wide of Ahmed and to the backward. I was going to say backward point, but it's wide third man really in front of the meat, and takes a very neat 4. A couple of shots he's played, you've hardly heard the ball leave the bat. Usually a sign of a pretty good player. No question that he has an awful lot of potential, this young man. Green is in, bowls to him outside off stump. He cuts it away again. Will Ahmed get there? Yes, he will. Picks it up at the second attempt, and they take one for the underarm throw, and why not?
Well, I think Callaway, having rather fewer miles on the clock than the partnership of North East and Ingram, he was running very much the danger end, and is rather more likely to take the 50-50 run on.
I think they've worked out now that Ahmed isn't going to lance it in overarm. There's always going to be one for the throw. Green is in, bowls outside off stump left by Callaway, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Coming up up to 3 o'clock. At a now cloud-covered Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. As Green turns, runs in and bowls Kellaway's forward, just turning it off middle out towards mid-wicket. End of Green's first over of this spell, 18 overs, none for 32 for him. Glamorgan 278 for 4. Lead now by 55 with a maximum of 44 overs probably left in the game.
In the second 11 game at Edgbaston, Glamorgan have declared and sent Warwickshire a mere 514 to win. Eddie Byram made 135 not out in Glamorgan's second innings of 243 for 4 off just 157 balls. Tom Bevan made 50. Alex Horton 33. And I suppose Byram is likely to be a candidate should Acer Tribe be suffering from the effects of this week still by Sunday. As Travaskis fiddling with his field at the start of the over. Glamorgan effectively 55 for 4. As Ingram drives on the leg side. Now there's a slip, a silly point, a short leg. Mid-wicket is more or less on the drive, and so just about is Ahmed at cover. Crouching to catch rather than moving in. Oh, that's kept a little bit low, but Ingram's played it really well backward of square on the leg side, and Colin Ingram goes through to his century with those 2 runs, to the delight of his colleagues on the balcony underneath us. It's taken him 246 balls, and it's his second century of the season for Glamorgan. And boy, has it been a valuable effort as part of Glamorgan's battle to save this game. So well batted to Colin Ingram as Travaskis bowls, and Ingram pushes forward rather uncertainly to that one. And there were 11 fours. It's probably one of Colin Ingram's slower centuries for Glamorgan, or in any first-class game. As he goes on the sweep there, and he's made a bit of a mess of that. It's ended up somehow at slip. Now, Colin Ingram just needs to have a word with himself, I think. Goes down and has a little prod at the pitch. And he may have 100. But it's effectively 57 for 4. And if he gets out before tea, then Leicestershire hopes will be renewed. Ingram settles again. Fielders clustered round the bat for once. And Ingram sweeps again and hits it firmly out towards mid-wicket. Budinger fields. Single taken. Just a little surprised to see Ingram taking on those sweep shots, unless he's trying to get rid of the close fielders. He moves to 101. It's 281 for 4. 58 runs ahead. Travaskis bowls. Callaway stretches forward and defends, kills it. Ball trickles about halfway back down the pitch. The end of the over. 281 for 4.
246 balls, 11 balls.
Ingram 101, Callaway 13, 281 for 4. 43 overs remain in the game, and 37 minutes until the tea interval. Glamorgan will be hoping rather fewer overs remain in the game, and they can declare by arrangement at 10-5. If they think there is no chance of Leicestershire chasing at that stage, of course, in the final hour of the game.
Green then, after an uncharacteristically loose first over of this spell, comes in around the wicket and bowls to Ingram, tucks him up. Ingram is careful, blocks it out to Travaskis at extra cover, and there's no run. From one of the Leicestershire players as Green is in. Ingram on drives and half stop. Well, no, not even half stopped. About a fifth stopped, I would suggest, diving across to his right there by, I think it's Scriven. Got a hand to it, slowed it up sufficiently. I don't know how happy Wright will have been about that, because he had to go galloping to the boundary at long gone to complete the fielding, and just two actually, so fair play. Between them they did manage to save 2 runs. Ingram on to 103. Green in, bowls, Ingram defends, off stump, again out towards Travaskis.
What news of Leicestershire seconds at Billericay, I hear you cry? Replying to Essex's 473 for 8 declared, they're 419 for 7. Gums 78, Dunk 78, Maddie 61, Dyer 57 not out, N Green 60 not out.
The future is clearly bright. Runs are plenty for the dinky doos. Green turns in, bowls, line and length. Solid forward defensive from Ingram.
And in case you're wondering, that's the 3rd day out of 4. So might need a bit of collusion to set up an interesting final day there.
Billericay, a ground, I must admit, with which I'm unfamiliar.
Yes, likewise.
I'm assuming the Mumbles, which you mentioned earlier, has splendid sea views of the cricket ground. There's Green bowls, outside off stump, short, pulled, in the air, caught, lobbed back in, caught, lobbed back in again. Oh, and he's dropped it at the set. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, on the boundary. Is that Walker out there? Who is it out there? It was pulled, it was in the air. He grabbed it as he fell over the ropes. It's Van Beek. Took the catch, tried to lob it back in, did lob it back in, flung himself back to try and get it in, but again overbalanced and went over the ropes as he did so. Tried to repeat it and dropped it at the 3rd attempt. That was extraordinary. Ingram picked up a single for it, but Van Beek could not have tried harder to make something of that, and well, that could have been key. If Ingram had gone then and Glamorgan had been effectively 61 for, or 60 for 5, who knows? Green is in to Kellaway, who defends, but Van Beek can't believe it. He was sort of leaning backwards over the rope, took the catch, lobbed it back left-handed. Didn't lob it back quite far enough, did he? Because he hadn't quite got back over the rope. He did get over the rope, but he was still leaning backwards, knocked it up, and then tried to grab it at the 3rd attempt, and then he couldn't grab it at the 3rd attempt. He got his hands to it, but he dropped the catch. I don't know whether that was caught on the stream. I hope so, in terms of the camera, but it wasn't by Van Beek. Well.
Yes, that was an extraordinary sequence of events there. And they didn't give the 6. So presumably they were happy with Van Beek's attempts being legitimate, because the law on that has been tightened up in that you can't leap from outside the boundary and knock it up. As forward comes Ingram and pushes that one out towards 3rd man. And
So you have to knock it up from inside the boundary. Is that what you're saying?
It's a very complicated law, and to be honest, I haven't quite got my head around it, but it has been tightened after an incident in which Michael Neser, in the Big Bash, former Glamorgan player, sort of jumped around in the air, palming the ball up from outside the boundary. Not sure if it was exactly the parallel there, but it was a heck of a scramble for Van Beek, and Ingram survives on 104 at the time, 103 at the time.
He was.
Travaskis in, bowls, Callaway stretches forward and defends.
After that little bout of excitement, I'll leave you, if I may, with Jack for a couple of overs.
Richard Ray is going to have a lie down. Apply a compress to his fevered forehead. Travaskis in to bowl. Callaway stretches forward. Yep, 60 for 5. Would have been extremely interesting, effectively, for the Foxes, even with Cook and Tribe to come. As forward goes Callaway, defends to short leg, and there's no run. Good experience for Ben Callaway this. Young man who's certainly looked good in top gear this season, but can he look good in low gear as well? He drives that one to cover. Scriven eventually blocks it as it bounces off the matting. 285 for 4 then. 41 overs remain in the game. Ingram has 105. Callaway has 13. And still a tantalising prospect for the Foxes here, Jack.
Yeah, I have to say, Nick, when I was out and about, just took a wander, was sat in the Gallagher stand just across from us, there was a definite sense of relief and almost surprise when that fourth wicket was taken. I'm intrigued to know what you two boys were like up here at the time.
We were surprised, really, that North East had started playing shots, given that he'd not been on the offensive.
Shame the fifth wasn't to be taken. Green into Ingram, who pushes that away, and another dot ball. But yeah, it was the intrigue and the surprise of the catch itself, combined with that's the first wicket we've seen in what, 2.5 sessions. It was pretty funny. But Green in once again, right arm over, and again pushed away by the left-handed Ingram, and he remains on 105. I was speaking to a mate yesterday when, what was it, 36 for 3 Glamorgan were, and he specifically pointed out Ingram as being the man that he thought could make a difference. Of course, his partnership with North East, the one that has kept this game going, as Green comes in once again for the third of the over. They get the single this time as it's clipped away to the man in the field, and just a little reset for the Leicestershire fielders with the change of batsman. Callaway on 13 as Glamorgan's lead now up to 63. And I suppose from a Glamorgan perspective, Nick, you'd have absolutely taken this, what, 24 hours ago?
Absolutely.
Green in once again over the wicket this time, and that one pulled away, and another single on the board for Callaway. He moves on to 14 from his 31 balls.
And at tea yesterday, as you say, with 3 down fairly early on, Glamorgan needed probably 2 out of the 3 experienced campaigners they had left at that stage, North East, Ingram and Cook, who's yet to come to bat a very long time. Well, 2 of them have done so.
Green in again. That one It's pulled nicely and stopped on the boundary though. Just the... Did they take the single? I wasn't quite watching. I was seeing where the ball went.
Yes.
Yes, just the single then on that one. And yeah, it's been interesting speaking to Leicestershire following friends about sort of how they felt about this game. They'd have definitely taken the draw and maximum bonus beforehand as Green comes in once again. That one is hitting. Is it going to be caught? Yes, it is. By... I can't quite see who that is. Is it
again,
Sam
Mike.
Wood again, who took the catch of North East not too long ago? He now, the man who takes Kellaway, and Glamorgan now 288 for 5. Kellaway goes for 14, and Green has his first wicket of the second innings.
Yes, Kellaway taking on the big shot on the leg side, didn't get it under control. Didn't look to be particularly down leg side, the delivery to try that shot, and I'm afraid to some extent that is a lack of experience, and all of a sudden Leicestershire are creating chances, and Glamorgan are 65 for 5 in reality, and the game very much back in the melting pot, and there are going to be nervous moments for Glamorgan supporters as we get a replay that wasn't entirely helpful to look at. 288 for 5 as Kellaway goes. Chris Cook now, well, he's got the experience, but if Leicestershire get him quickly, then there's still an awful lot of defending to be done by Glamorgan. You get the feeling that they've just gone into this betwixt and between mode where they're thinking, well, we need to push on and get a lead. And obviously there is merit to that, not getting the scoreboard entirely stuck. But Leicestershire, with these 2 wickets in relatively quick succession, are very much back in the hunt.
Well, especially with Derbyshire now just needing 182 in their chase of Gloucestershire. How much Leicestershire would love it if suddenly a game that looked destined possibly for a draw, they could go on and get the maximum points, which would be huge, you think, in their prospects of promotion and winning Division 2. And as you say, Nick, just a slight shift in mood, you have to say, from a Glamorgan perspective in those past few overs.
Not sure if it was entirely needed, but it's easy to be wise after the event as Travaskis begins a new over to Ingram, who plays it away down towards third man. There'll be a couple of runs here from the gentle deflection from Ingram, which still took the ball almost to the third man boundary. 290 for 5, 67 ahead. Ingram on to 109. Kellaway 14 off 32 balls, 2 fours. North East 139 off 274 balls, 16 fours. As Ingram works one away on the leg side, and will take a single down towards backward square. Ingram to 110 not out. His highest score of the season, although he did get plenty of runs in the first 5 matches. Was Glamorgan's top scorer at that stage. 103 and 77 not out against Gloucestershire's. Glamorgan battled for the draw there. 3.5 centuries in the 3 innings before his break.
Just seeing a replay of that Kellaway wicket, certainly looked like potentially a top edge.
From outside off stump, pulling it away. Travaskis into the new man Cook, who pushes forward. Doesn't have quite the same length of reach for his defensive shots as Kellaway did. As the sun breaks through to illuminate the Foxes' efforts.
It's lovely out there today again.
Travaskis bowls Cook forward, plays to short leg, and there's no run. It's well stopped. There's a short leg, a silly point, and a slip. So having made those breakthroughs, Leicestershire are looking to pile the pressure on Glamorgan in this last half hour before tea. Cook forward, defending again. Batting to come, Tribe, Van der Hoogten, Harris and Leonard.
Have we heard from Tribe on how he's getting on?
Forward comes Cook. Appeal for a catch. It looked as though it was into the ground to me. It's not out.
The Leicestershire players seem completely convinced, don't they?
Yes. In
Although
real
I suppose
time,
they would be.
in real time, I didn't think so.
I'll be perfectly
They're still
honest.
asking.
I'll be
It's not
perfectly
going to
honest.
change the umpires' minds.
I agree with you. My initial thought was no, but then the reaction from the Leicestershire man, was it Budinger who was there at silly point, but looks to be not the case.
Chaos at the back of the commentary box as Richard tests the drying capabilities of his laptop. 291 for 5. Excitement here at Grace Road after long periods of calm. Leicestershire are getting this back towards the boil again. Ingram has 110. Cook yet to score.
Yeah, finally a bit of action as Green comes in once again, took the wicket of Kellaway in his last over. That one driven away to the offside and stopped by the man on the boundary. Just the one on this occasion.
I think if Glamorgan were to lose this match, it would really hurt, given the extent of the work done in that stand of 225 between North East and Ingram.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody, as you walk around Grace Road, saw it as a sort of game-saving, draw-saving partnership. As Green comes in once again, this one is driven away to on the offside, and again the single is taken. And yeah, like you say, it would feel like a lot of work done from those two. Although, of course, for North East, what was his score today? 139. That's pittance on this ground for him, isn't it? After that 410 a few years ago. Green now to Cook, and again nice drive, but taken once again by the fielder at cover and stops the run once again. Glamorgan's lead now 69.
Yeah, the Glamorgan statistician and archivist Dr. Andrew Hignell was hoping that North East would get a double century on the grounds that he's got, well, a number of centuries plus a treble century and a quadruple century. He hasn't got an innings with 2 in front of it, 200s.
Green in once again to Cook, who just pushes this one away, again taken by the fielder to prevent the single.
But we are into now the 22nd over with this ball, which tends to be, we have observed and heard from the players, at the time when it loses fairly quickly its hardness.
Green in once again to Ingram this time. And they take the single. Yeah, there's been, again, as I've wandered around Grace Road, I've heard the word kookaburra. so sort of with a slightly, disgruntled tone a lot.
I'm not surprised.
Over the past couple of days. I mean, again, it sort of felt like there was a stage yesterday where maybe we might be eating our words, but I think proven today how difficult things can become as Green comes in once again. This time it's left, and that'll be the end of the over. 294 for 5. Glamorgan's lead now up to 71.
Yeah, I mean, there have been stages in the game. Glamorgan certainly found it difficult to bat against mid-afternoon on on the first day when their scoring rate dropped considerably. Leicestershire managed to conjure up a few first innings wickets with a new-ish ball. And certainly Budinger had no problems in putting the ball away right throughout his innings. 118 off 92 balls, and I think if this game does end in a draw, certainly we can remember it fondly for Budinger's fireworks and Tribe's maiden century as well. Travaskis bowls, Ingram defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's been a joy to watch at times this season, Budinger, especially in that 50 on the opening day of the T20 Blast in 15 balls.
Forward presses Ingram to defend. Well bowled, Trevor. There's the encouragement for Travaskis. As finds Ingram on the back foot, playing it, steering it out towards point for the single. Well, the need for Leicestershire to push for victory very much emphasised by Derbyshire, reaching 150 without loss, requiring 166 more runs to beat Gloucestershire. After Bancroft's declaration, Derbyshire having been 211 ahead on first innings, Gloucestershire fighting back 500 plus and then declaring. 295 for 5 here. Glamorgan lead by 72. Cook defends back down the pitch. No run.
Yeah, I felt bad for the two guys that I had that said, "Oh, it's fine. Gloucestershire and Derbyshire are going to draw," and I had to say, "Sorry, lads. Have you not seen? They've declared."
Cook defends again. No run. Kent remain 7 down in their second innings, fighting to avoid an innings defeat at Blackpool against Lancashire. Forward comes Cook and defends. And Northants against Middlesex. Northants are 127 for 2, and that is needing a further 184 runs. So that will be a demanding chase for the Midlanders at home to Middlesex. Tea at 3:40. You know, it makes sense. It's a fixed feast on the final day.
Just looking at the Division 2 table, Leicestershire still be in such a brilliant position, but Derbyshire will be absolutely chuffed if they get just those extra few points to edge away at them. You'd think with having all those wickets remaining, they would go and do the job. But still not a bad return for Leicestershire here, as Scriven comes in, is driven away by Ingram.
They've still got about 4 overs to get the 6th wicket before tea. 6 down. They're going to be pretty keen for the next hour, Leicestershire.
I tell you what, if they can get Glamorgan out and get themselves in for even just a little bit after tea, it could be for a very exciting finish. As Scriven comes in once again, defended this time by Ingram. He's on 113 off 270 balls now. And yeah, you feel like a wicket before tea now, combined with those couple of other wickets, but also those sort of maybe moments with the Van Beek effort to catch on the boundary, the catch nearly at silly point as Scriven comes in once again, driven away to the man at cover.
Yeah, looks like in Division 1, Sussex against Durham is heading for a draw. Sussex 320 ahead with 5 wickets remaining there. That game's run out of time, surely at Chester Street. Essex looked like saving a draw at home to Hampshire, 300 for 5, leading by 143.
Scriven in once again to Ingram, and this time again he's managed to get past the man at cover and take the single. 296 for 5.
Notts against Yorkshire, Notts 100 for 1 in their second innings, 77 ahead. Nothing to see there. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 93 for 2 in their second innings, still need another 284, Somerset needing 8 wickets. Draw the favourite there as well. So, yeah, it looks as though, well, Northampton might prove a positive result. Bristol, thanks to the declaration, may well do.
Scriven in once again, defended this time. Yeah, it does appear that, as many predicted, there will be plenty of draws across this round of games. Of course, another game to come on Sunday as well. Leicestershire here again at Grace Road against Middlesex. Scriven, one more ball left in this over. Blonde hair comes running in now, right arm over the wicket, and has that one hit the pad? There's appeals, and the umpires completely unmoved. Big-ish shouts, I'd say, from the Leicestershire fielders. Hanscom with his helmet under his arm, just having a little question of the umpire as he switches ends, but nothing given, and Glamorgan end that innings on 296 for 5 now, that lead of 73, so effectively in the second innings 73 for 5.
Well, assuming that they don't lose 5 wickets in the next 10 minutes, you can dock 2 overs off those 36 overs remaining, so Leicestershire have 34 overs to try and win this game, and probably another hour and a bit to bowl Glamorgan out. Travaskis in to bowl to Ingram, who drives to mid-on, wants a single because Wood is set probably 2/3 of the way back, and they amble through for the single. 115 to Ingram. Cook, who never looks the most assured of starters. Squarish stance, pushes forward, ball goes past silly point, there's no run. Cook with 3 half centuries in the first 3 games of the season, a couple of 40s and a 30 since, as he pushes forward. So hasn't got big runs, but has been in decent nick. He's averaging over 40 now, thanks to his first innings 30 not out. He ran out of partners. Forward comes Cook to defend.
Leicestershire fielders really trying to put pressure on Cook, aren't they, with the positioning at the moment?
Yeah, certainly the 2 crouched in front. One slip as Cook cuts that one, but doesn't really time it, as the ball is already, 25th over of the ball. It's starting to sound soggy, isn't it?
The way people are talking about how soft it goes, it sounds like one of those Incredibles you get just before you move on to the proper thing.
Forward goes Cook, head over the ball, defends down hard into the ground. 297 for 5. 35 overs maximum remain. The lead is 74. And how many overs are we going to get before tea? Maybe 3 if Leicestershire hurry round.
I should say my parents' neighbours from 20 years ago will tell you those Incredibles can still do a bit of damage, as one of their garage windows unfortunately took took the damage of when I was probably 11 or 12 years old, and my excuse was, well, it's not a proper cricket ball. Didn't pass as a decent enough excuse as Scriven lines up from the Bennett end to Ingram, who's on 115, comes in and it's flicked away nicely down towards the boundary. The fielder stumbles a little bit but does collect, but that little stumble allowing Glamorgan to come through for a second, and they're now just one away from tipping over 300 runs, Richard.
Yes. Apologies for the slightly annoying buzz in the background. The one of the businesses on Milligan Road is once again pressure washing a white van and makes a bit of a racket.
Scriven in around the wicket as he faces the left-handed Ingram. He drives that away nicely. It's going to go. It's not actually. It's stopped by the fielder at deep square leg on the boundary.
Roman Walker at deep backward point, running around for the left-hander. Pads on, Roman, underneath his whites.
I'm assuming he's still got it, but I mentioned Ben Green's moustache earlier. He's another one that's had an impressive moustache.
Roman's comes and goes.
Scriven in once again, and Glamorgan taking another single there. They have added a few in this over, certainly compared to the run rate of just 2.9 they've had so far, and just maybe they're starting to think about, as Nick was saying before, adding enough to at least cause Leicestershire some difficulties if they did get the opportunity to bat again.
Well, 79 to the good now, so with just 34 overs left after this one, the equation is beginning to swing in their favour in those terms.
Ooh, I tell you what, it was left. Scriven came in, it clipped the inside of the legs of wicketkeeper Pete Hanscom, who sort of looks at the ground disappointed with himself. It is prevented from going for the boundary just down in front of us by a combination of Rishi Patel and Roman Walker, but a bit of confusion there from Pete Hanscom.
Wasn't too far from the off stump, but Scriven's quite lively to stand up to. It's a good effort from Hanscom to be standing up, and that was just a little bit too quick for him, I'm afraid. Burst through his hands. And
Scriven in once again to Cook on just one at the moment. He blocks that one away. How are you feeling now, Richard? I sort of got Nick's Glamorgan perspective on things.
I mean, they'd sort of chase 8 or 10 and over if they get the opportunity, Leicestershire, but you never quite know. But they do need one more before tea, probably. This is a very experienced pair. Cook has almost as good a record on this ground as North East.
Scriven in once again, and that one just caused a little bit of difficulty for Cook, but he's defended it, and they end the over on 304 for 5. If they were to get back in Leicestershire, all the talk of Bazball for England, is it Fons ball if they go around and smash it about?
They'd try and win it, certainly. Derbyshire are galloping towards victory after that ridiculous declaration. It is.
I'm glad you said it.
Sorry, it is. Okay. Gloucestershire might feel, well, if we've nothing much to lose here, but I suppose they don't. But other teams are involved in the race for the county
I suppose
promotion. In goes Travaskis and bowls. Back goes Ingram and defends, blocks it down in front of him.
I suppose the point is as well that you do want to keep as much ground as you can. I mean, clearly they thought they could potentially get them out, but
Travaskis in, gives it a bit more air. Forward goes Ingram. Might have been a smidgen of turn there. Comes off an inside edge and he's looking down. He wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone. It had gone behind square on the leg side. Button just sprinted back, and although Ingram sort of pirouetted round and looked at Cook saying, shall we try one? Cook said no, too late. Travaskis is in and bowls. Again, a little bit of inside edge. Surely that was inside edge onto the pad. There's appeals all over. Leicestershire cannot believe that has not been given out. That sounded incredibly woody. And umpire White says no. We would have to have a close look at the replay. Try and get that one up. But, well, Leicestershire were completely convinced. Well, we might not get a replay. We might, but we might not. But it did sound extraordinarily woody. A little bit of inside edge onto the pad, lobbed up to Budinger. Nope, said umpire White. Travaskis is in, back goes Ingram, plays it down into the ground, stopped by Walker above his head at silly mid off.
It didn't even feel like it was appeals from Leicestershire. It felt like instant celebrations.
Might be one or two on the naughty step. Consequently, as in goes Travaskis and bowls, Ingram is solidly forward, but there are an awful lot of hands covering faces in disbelief when umpire White shook his head. Travaskis is in, a little paddle sweep, got to it on the full, reaching out in front of him there. Colin Ingram and managed to get it round behind square and picks up one. That will be tea. 305 for 5, Glamorgan in their second innings. They lead by 82. 33 overs maximum remain to be bowled. There won't be an interval between innings during the tea break, so 2 would have to come off. So say 31 at the most. And it would be the most because obviously Glamorgan won't bowl any more than they had to. And at the moment their lead is 82, but they still have those 5 second innings wickets in hand, and the odds now, one feels, with Ingram leading his side from the field, having made a magnificent unbeaten 121, very much in favour of the draw. Be interesting to hear what people say. The Leicestershire team sportingly applauding Colin Ingram as he leads Chris Cook from the field and gets a good round of applause from the spectators below us. Odds on a draw, but we will know, I should think, within about half an hour after tea, whether Leicestershire can somehow make enough happen to pick up these 5 remaining wickets quickly. Nick Webb, Jack Rafferty and I will be back with you in around about 18 minute or so's time, just to see if Leicestershire can, as I say, somehow make enough happen to pick up the win. Otherwise, a draw is now on the cards. Back with you then.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is. Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
out 121. Chris Cook not out.
Well, good afternoon to you all from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The third and final session on this final day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. All results theoretically still possible. A bit of a wind has got up there, might have to do something about that. Apologies about that. 305 for 5, Glamorgan in their second innings, lead by 82 runs with a maximum of 33 overs left in the game. So if Leicestershire are going to go on and win it, they've got to take these last 5 wickets. Quickly, Colin Ingram, 121 off 282 balls, is ready to face the bowling of Tom Scriven. From the Bennett end, round the wicket he bowls, on off stump Ingram defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Chanceless in going to his 100, Ingram, but he did have one escape on 103 when he was nearly amazingly caught by Logan van Beek at square leg, pulling a delivery from Ben Green. Falling over the ropes, Van Beek knocked it up once, knocked it up twice, couldn't grab it at the third attempt. Round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls. Ingram turns him calmly out towards mid-wicket, jogs the single. Van Beek runs into field and throws to Hanscom. Leicestershire were also pretty convinced they had him in the over before tea. Caught off bat pad by Sol Budinger off the bowling of Travaskis. However, umpire Rob White disagreed. Commentary being brought to you by BBC Wales, Nick Webb, and BBC Radio Leicester, myself, Richard Ray, and alongside me, Jack Rafferty.
Afternoon, Richard.
Good
Thanks for having
afternoon.
me back.
Last half hour, really, that Leicestershire have a chance. In goes Scriven, gives it everything, defended by Chris Cook, who's faced 19, now 20 balls, having scored just one. Number of runs to a certain extent irrelevant, although obviously Leicestershire have to score any runs that they're set.
You feel like that Van Beek chance to get Ingram on the boundary, had he pulled off what would have been, frankly, ridiculous if he'd been able to pull off that catch, that would have been the moment that maybe you thought, could they go on to get the win?
Agreed, as Scriven is in and bowls, Cook is forward. Hanscom standing up to the stumps behind Cook, but as I say, Chris Cook, who has participated in almost as many record partnerships for Glamorgan against Leicestershire as Sam North East, has a pretty good record on this ground, and he's going to be hard to dislodge. Acer Tribe is at the ground now, so the Glamorgan Open, who's been ill after scoring for 2.5 days, really, after scoring first innings century. Scriven is in and bowls. Cook defends on the back foot, slightly short of a length delivery, drops it out into the offside. He will bat if needed. I'm sure he is keen not to, and I'm sure Glamorgan are keen that he shouldn't, because if he doesn't, then it means the game is saved. If they are still batting, incidentally, in 45 minutes time, that will be that. Essentially, they'll be able to declare. In goes Scriven and bowls, cut away by Cook to the wide third man boundary. Down there is Lewis Hill. I'm so used to Rahan Ahmed being out there, but it isn't Rahan at the moment. He's not gone back out. It's Roman Walker's got the pads on, and he is fielding as 12th man at the moment. I say he's got the pads on because he's fielding at short leg, so he's kept the sort of little inners on, and he's running up now because it's the end of Scriven's over. Travaskis, who's got 1 for 55 from... No, he hasn't. I'm waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. It hasn't quite yet.
1 for 37, Travaskis.
37, thank you.
4 maidens in there, 22 overs. As he takes over from the pavilion end, left arm around to Cook. He has got plenty of company, has Cook at the moment. The Leicestershire fielders looking to put the pressure on once again. Silly point and short leg both in there, as well as the slip, and Pete Hanscom right up behind the wickets. Travaskis in once again, defended for the second ball in a row by Cook. who remains on 2 from his 25 balls. And Travaskis will try once again. And Cook will defend once again. With, as Richard pointed out before, Roman Walker, the man at short leg, hoping to catch him out slightly. Travaskis in once again, appeals. It has contacted with the back leg, but clearly the umpire's deciding not aiming for the wickets. And would we call that big-ish appeal, as opposed to, it didn't feel big, but certainly felt like a bit of something in it, as Travaskis comes in once again, and Cook again decides to defend.
It turned a bit, bounced a bit, possibly bounced a little bit too much, actually. There's something there for Travaskis now.
As he comes in for the final ball of his over, and again defended away by Cook. It was interesting, if Travaskis is getting a bit of something and spin potentially is the game. I did see Rishi Patel having a little bit of a warm-up down with Alfonso Thomas and other coaches, so maybe
I think he'll get a few more overs,
yeah.
You know, that's for sure, with his height. But the bottom line is, at the moment, Leicestershire don't have a frontline off-spinner in their squad, in the first team setup. They have Travaskis, of course, but only Ahmed, who's a leg spinner, and he's not available. In goes Scriven and bowls, and punched out into the offside, not really timed by Colin Ingram, who has now been there for a full day's play, essentially. Came to the wicket just before tea yesterday. We're now after tea on the final day. They're giving him one. Leicestershire, Hanscom has waved the offside back. They're all 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, with the exception of Walker, who's down on the ropes. That third man in goes Scriven, bowls a short ball on the leg side. It has the desired effect in that it's pulled to the sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, Van Beek. And they're going to bowl at Cook instead, but as I say, Cook is an extremely competent and experienced batsman, so it's a bit on the desperate side. Trying everything though, Pete Hanscom, make something happen. 2 off 29 for Chris Cook. Obviously hasn't quite looked as assured yet as Ingram, who's faced 286 balls, but he won't be concerned. He waits with bat raised as Scriven is in, bowls to him. He defends on off stump, plays it down into the ground. The ball bounces quite high, en route to Travaskis in the covers. Another car being cleaned. Darn it. Apologies about that. Wind has dropped again, thankfully, a little bit. It is baking out there with this southwest breeze.
You have at least reminded me that I need to get my car washed, so thank you, Richard.
That's all right. Scriven is in and bowls to Cook, who leaves, not taken cleanly by Hanscom. As I say, Scriven's quite lively, certainly late 70s, probably touches 80 from time to time. So good effort by Hanscom, stand up at all. Trying to keep Cook in his ground, obviously. No slips. Interesting field. As one slip, I beg your pardon. In goes Scriven and bowls, and Cook, high left elbow, defends that one. Just Rishi Patel, who we were talking about at first slip. I just messaged the BBC Derby commentator Dave Fletcher about the declaration made by Gloucestershire, which seems to have given the game on a plate to Derbyshire down there in Bristol. Seemed reasonable to me, said Dave, with a big smiley emoji.
You will be happy to hear they have lost a wicket at least, Derbyshire.
In goes Scriven and Bowles. Forward goes Cook. But what are they now? Best part of 200 for one?
182 for one. They require 134 with those 9 wickets remaining. Jewel going for 83.
And one assumes that off 30 odd overs, or maybe 28, 29, something like that. So
yeah, 32 overs.
That should be straightforward with the batting they have to come, which will mean Derbyshire taking 21 points from that game. If Leicestershire takes 16 from this, then they'll obviously stay well clear at the top, but their 31 point lead will be reduced to 26. That's my calculations there. BBC Radio Leicester regular listeners will know that my maths is not something to be relied upon, but hopefully it's about that anyway.
Travaskis continuing from the pavilion end to Ingram, who defends this one, and once again those two men in position at short leg and silly point to try and catch him out, although as Richard pointed out before, he's been in there for 24 hours now.
He had a sleep in between, but essentially, yes. Been an epic knock.
I was going to say, he's earned his kip tonight as Travaskis comes in once again to Ingram, who a couple of little shouts as he flicks it away, but it is collected by the Leicestershire man and will just be the single. So Cook once again facing and once again being put under pressure by those Leicestershire fielders.
Yeah, just turn that one around the corner to deep backward square, deepish backward square.
Travaskis in once again. Cook defends as a little bit of wind and breeze just brushes over Grace Road. It's been another gorgeous afternoon to sit and watch the cricket as Travaskis comes in once again for the 4th of this over, and again it is defended by Cook, happy to just take his time.
He gave that one a bit of air, Travaskis, just trying to persuade Cook to pop forward, pop one up.
And he comes once again, left arm around, and this time he does give it a bit of well. He cuts it to the offside. It's met by the fielder at deep point, and they take the single. 310 for 5. That will take Glamorgan onto, and Liam Travaskis has just the one ball from this over left, and he does longer one this time. It's caught by Ingram on the bounce, but they managed to rush through for the single. So 311 for 5, a lead of 88 runs Glamorgan now have, and 29 overs to play with, Richard.
Yeah, and obviously you take 2 off for the change of innings, so every over that goes past, the equation balances further and further in favour of the draw. Leicestershire would need sort of 3-4 and over. That would be fine. It's when it gets to 7 or 8 they'd go for it, but it is increasingly unlikely, and as I say, they still have another 5 wickets left to take, so
who knows, maybe Glamorgan will pull a Gloucestershire and just decide to declare for apparently no reason.
I will run from here to Cardiff if that happens. That is not going to happen, I promise you that. A draw keeps Glamorgan very much in the promotion picture. There's no way they can put Leicestershire under any sort of pressure in those terms. In goes Scriven and Bowles. Ingram just turns him calmly into the leg side. Travaskis runs onto the ball. He is left-handed, of course, Travaskis, so did have to get their burners on, but he didn't pick up the ball cleanly, so no throw, and in the end the single was a comfortable one. Ingram, of course, happy to give Cook the strike. Complete faith in the Glamorgan number 7. wicket-keeper batsman. Very fine 100 on this ground. In the northeast here, in goes Scriven bowls to him, full, punched back down the pitch towards Tom Scriven, but essentially defensively, no great follow-through from Cook. Scriven put down his left hand, the ball brushed his fingers on the bounce and ran out to right. Who's it? I think that's right at mid. Oh, it's Green, I beg your pardon, at mid-off. Right is at mid-on. Scriven, 16th over coming down, bustles in, angled run, bowls forward, head right over the ball goes Cook. Again, it sounds a little bit soft. All sounds a little bit soft out there. The ball is now 31 overs old. The Dukes would be pretty much at its best right now. But for whatever reason, and we still don't really understand the physics of it, these kookaburras just seem to go softer more quickly in English conditions, although it's practically Australian conditions out there as Scriven bowls. Cook is forward.
Is
Ball
it just
skews out on the offside, no run. Sorry, Joe.
Is it? Sorry, no, it was me interrupting you. But is it for these two county championship matches, this little block that they've brought in the Kookaburra?
Yeah. Obviously, the reason is because England will be playing against a Kookaburra ball when they go to Australia for the Ashes, and Rob Key and the ECB are keen that there should be some sort of exposure to the Kookaburra ball. As in goes Scriven and bowls, cut away nicely by Cook down towards Hill, who forms the long barrier down in front of the meet, and it is just one. So the idea is that players in England should get used to using the Kookaburra. And I don't know how many of the England players will actually face it in these two round of matches. Well, somebody will work it out, but I wouldn't imagine very few, if any.
You've read my mind with that point, Richard.
They're all thoroughly, engaged elsewhere at the moment in a, potentially outstanding test series against India. On the basis of that first test. Anyway, everybody back to the boundary as Scriven is in. Bowls short, but it sits up very nicely, and Ingram gets right on top of it, just paddle pulls it around the corner to square leg, to the square leg boundary where Logan van Beek is the fielder and keeps the strike. Jack departs, brings Nick back alongside to describe what looks like it's going to be the final knockings of the game, as it not exactly drifting towards a draw, but there is now, I think, a slight sense of resignation among or acceptance of their fate, if you like, among the Leicestershire players. Josh Hull is on. He can't bowl, sadly, as far as the Foxes are concerned. He was bowling at pretty much close to full pace during the interval, so they may be hoping he's going to be okay to bowl against Middlesex next Sunday.
Travaskis then from the pavilion end, with fielders still grouped round the bat, three of them at the moment, and Ingram is pushing forward and the breeze is getting up on the BBC microphone.
Turn the effects mic right down, which is probably a relief as well. Actually, they've stopped cleaning for the time being on the businesses.
As Travaskis bowls and Ingram is again forward defending. I wonder if we need to just take the mic a little bit out of the firing line.
It could be being picked up in the throat mics as well.
Ingram turns that one past short leg and goes through for a single. Yes, probably having the less of a wind tunnel effect in the commentary box would help us, wouldn't it? 3:15 for 5. Ingram 128 not out. Dropped just after reaching his century. And you wonder if that potential wicket was the turning point against Leicestershire's victory bid here today.
Sorry, folks. There goes the pressure washer again.
Someone's got a dirty car. Right, all action stations. Hanscom is deciding to switch a few fielders round. There's a short mid-wicket on the drive now, and there's a leg slip for the left armour bowling to the right-handed Chris Cook, who plays it right down into the ground. Budinger is the man under the helmet at silly point. It's also a short leg and a leg slip, trying to work out where he's got most chance of getting a catch. Travaskis bowls, Cook is forward. Maybe Travaskis could just give it a little bit more air and try and tempt Cook into something more aggressive. Hanscom wanders down the wicket, has a word with Travaskis, and goes back behind the stumps. The Leicestershire skipper, having taken the gloves and leaving out Ben Cox. Forward comes Cox. There comes Cook. There's an appeal for nothing in particular, since that seemed to be fairly solidly off the bat. 315 for 5 then, and Glamorgan lead by 92. 27 overs remain in the game, and you wonder how long Peter Hanscom will take this game if Glamorgan say at 10 to 5. Shall we shake hands on a draw, Mr. Hanscom?
I suspect he will agree. He jogs back down to take his place behind the stumps at the pavilion end.
So effectively they've got half an hour to wake the match back up again.
Sam Wood is going to have a go at doing just that. One brilliant catch, one slightly more straightforward catch this afternoon for Wood. I've been really pleased to have made a contribution in that respect, and he did pick up a wicket in the first innings. Indeed, he picked up the wicket of North East, wasn't it? In slightly controversial circumstances. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Colin Ingram, outside off stump, little bit short. Ingram upon his toes, just guiding it down to third man. Lewis Hill comes into field, and one is taken.
Yes, Leicestershire were getting very excited before tea. There was the drop on the boundary off Green's bowling, and a couple of impassioned appeals for close-in catches against both Ingram and Cook.
Yeah, the Ingram one was particularly vociferous, and I suspect Peter Hanscom might get a little bit of a wigging post-game. Wood back over the wicket to Cook. Bowls edged along the ground all the way to third man for 4. Genuine edge, but I guess he'd got on top of it in a way. Shot along the ground through about third slip for 4.
Yeah, Leicestershire did seem to believe in the catch appeal against Ingram at short leg.
I have to admit, it did sound quite sort of woody.
The one against Cook,
so
I thought was
hard to
hit
tell.
down into the ground, to be honest.
Yeah, looked like a bump ball. Wood in again to Cook, a little bit shorter this time, and Cook rides the bounce on the back foot, gets up on his toes, drops it out towards backward point. 320 for 5, the lead now 97, and well, the number of overs would be sort of 24 after this, 2 off, so it's now up to 4 over 4s and over, creeping up quickly. Can you creep quickly? Going up quickly, probably not. Wood is in and bowls. Cook gets a bouncer and just bobs at the knees. Stays sort of squatting for a second or two before rising again. The cries of encouragement perhaps have a slightly plaintive edge now.
There's a touch of desperation in there.
Wood, athletic run, comes in and bowls very straight on off stump, but with bat of Chris Cook is equally straight and resolute in defence on the front foot.
Yes, I mean, if Glamorgan do salvage a draw out of this game, although it was the youngster Asa Tribe who led the way in the first innings with that fine century, it's certainly been the experience that's paid off in the second innings.
Wood is in, bowls, tucked off his legs on the back foot by Cook this time. Wood trickles out towards backward square. Ben Green comes into field and one is taken.
And Cook is playing, well, he's absolutely passive and impassive at the moment. There's really been no hint of an attacking flourish from Chris Cook on his way to 9 off 48 deliveries. In 40 odd minutes he's been at the crease. Saw Van der Hoogten obviously ready for combat on the balcony. I couldn't quite make out from the angle I was peering at whether Asa Tribe is also preparing to come in.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you?
You'd probably stick Van der Hoogten in next, wouldn't
absolutely.
you? Travaskis from the pavilion end, 3 round the bat plus the keeper, and Cook just pads that one away, boots it almost back to the bowler. 321 for 5. Glamorgan lead is 98. Cook forward defending back to the bowler, and you have to take into account, say you were thinking 140 off 20 in a T20, that wouldn't be a problem, but of course in T20 you can't stick all the fielders around the boundary and bowl down leg side and whatever. As Cook boots that one away down towards fine leg. So you have to be careful that Travaskis doesn't pitch one on leg stump, because Cook has kicked a couple away in this over. He plays no shot there through outside off stump. So he's certainly not going to try and hit those short fielders out of that. Travaskis will have a go from round the wicket as the sun disappears for a moment. Still pleasantly warm. And square leg is moved a little bit squarer, and point is given some instructions. Travaskis bowls, and Cook plays to mid off, and there's no run. You suspect these minor alterations in the field are more to get in the batter's head than any actual benefit of having a fielder 2 meters one way or the other. Chris Cook, a fairly phlegmatic sort, pushes forward, defends on the leg side, and there's no run. Another over from Travaskis, ticks by another maiden. Bowled 26 overs, now 1 for 41. 25 overs remain in the match, so a maximum of 23 for Leicestershire to bat at the moment. Well, 22 really. At the moment they would need to score 99 to win, but there are still 5 wickets left, and a 10-5 finish is not beyond the bounds of possibility, or even probability.
Ingram looks around him, sees a reasonably conventional field, albeit 2 men now on the leg side boundary. Wood is in, bowls short. Ingram tries to pull, it hits him on the shoulder, I think.
Strange.
He just went at it a little bit too soon. The bounce has been a little bit featherbed from that end in particular when banged in short, and he's just rubbing his, what's he rubbing? Taking his glove off. Top of his left shoulder, it would appear. Happily not the helmet, so no helmet check or concussion check for come to that necessary. One of the stewards leaves on a white bike. having done his job or her job. In goes Wood, bowls another bouncer, and unfortunately that bounce is so high and is so short that it will be signalled wide, and is. John Mallet, the Leicestershire photographer, decides he's going to sit in a chair at deep point or deep cover. It is hot out there, John, I know, I appreciate that. Sets up, and those cameras are huge, heavy things. In goes Wood and bowls. That time's a length delivery that Ingram blocks back down the pitch. Wood fields in his follow through, lobs the ball to Scriven to do a spot of polishing. Ingram, who's on 129 now, just rehearses a couple of firm pulls.
It was that nearly got him into trouble, really, when he was dropped out deep square.
Spider working away on a web in the corner of the commentary box, as neatly clipped off his legs by Colin Ingram, down 2 long leg, and 1 is taken. He's very assiduous, that little chap, isn't he? One might almost write a poem about it. It's a good place to have it. He's already got a few flies in there, little flies in there. Right in the wind. Thank goodness for that. In goes Wood and bowls, and left by Cook. Outside off stump. Hopefully that might be the last car to be cleaned.
I think they knock off at 4:30.
Oh please, I do hope so.
Derbyshire have lost both their openers
Right.
in their victory chase against Gloucestershire. 202 for 2, needing 114 to win.
But they've got quite a lot of overs and quite a lot of batting to come, haven't they?
Came and Jewel both out for 91 and 83 respectively.
Wood bowls, Cook defends calmly, carefully, quietly, effectively on off stump. The right men at the wicket, really. Now North East is out, aren't they? Experienced batters, seen it all before many times. They're not going to be flustered by any tactics or changes affected by Peter Hanscom. Cook waits with the bat raised as Wood is in, bowls to him, a bouncer. He just bends at the knees, leans back, lets it fly through in front of his face. That is the end of the 116th over of the Glamorgan second innings, the 36th with the second new ball. That's very sweet. Peter Hanscom and Lewis Hill, arms around each other's shoulders, as they perhaps Hill had something to offer in terms of advice to Leicestershire's former captain to Leicestershire's current captain.
Well, perhaps after a long hot day in the field, they're just propping themselves up, propping each other up.
What time shall we get on their first tee tomorrow then, Hilly? I don't know. I'm not sure Hill is a golfer, actually. Quite a few of them are. Ben Green was talking about it yesterday. He said he liked batting with Logan because Logan's his golf partner.
Travaskis starts his latest 27th over, and Ingram is defending, and there is no run.
100 exactly, the lead.
Travaskis in, bowls. Ingram on the back foot, hits it down into the ground. It's juggled at silly point.
Teasing Roman Walker, I think.
But it was very much on the bounce. Travaskis bowls. Forward comes Ingram. Haven't seen a huge amount of Patel today.
You're going to see some more, judging by his warming up.
That's flat and defended so dead bat by Chris Cook. It ends up about less than a stride away from it, by Colin Ingram rather. It ends up less than a stride away from him.
I'm told he bowled quite a lot of overs in grade cricket in Australia last winter.
Forward comes Ingram, works it away gently on the offside. Walker goes scrambling back.
His mum told me the other day that he's bowling really nicely. She won't be biased at all. This must be. But
My little Rishi can bowl a mean off break, you know.
he's a big old tall. He's the right shape, isn't he? He's tall and slim, and he gets a lot of height. And I think he's bowled okay, and he's going to get a good few more overs. Well, a handful of overs before the close, I would suspect. 3 or 4.
100 the lead. 5 wickets still in hand for Glamorgan, as this is driven gently by Ingram on the leg side, and there's no run. End of the Travaskis over. 323 for 5. Ingram 130. Cook, who's been in now for virtually an hour, he's not out 9. Bowling figures: Van Beek 2 for 47, a wicket apiece for Green, for Scriven and for Travaskis.
Can Patel pick up a maiden first class wicket? We're going to find out, because he's going to get a bowl from the Bennett end.
Well, he may well get a chance for a maiden first class maiden.
Neither of the two yesterday then were.
No, 2 overs for 6 in the first innings, 4 overs for 9. No maidens in either effort. So far, this is your chance, Rishi.
Yes.
If it's a W rather than M in the book, that'd be even nicer from the Fox's point of view.
Certainly, from what we've seen, is well worth working with. Not missing any cricket because Peter Hanscom is still busily setting the field. He's got a silly point, well, it's almost a silly mid-off now, a short leg, a slip, and Logan Van Beek at sort of leg gully for the sort of little top-edged attempted paddle, I think. Patel is in and immediately drops shot, and he's dropped. Oh, he's got him. He's got the catch. He has got his first class wicket. Chris Cook went back and turned it firmly. It was an absolute long hop from Patel straight to Budinger at short leg, and Budinger clung on, I think, at the second attempt. I think it sort of bounced off his body, and Cook can't quite believe what he's done. And frankly, neither can I.
Well, it was worth a try, wasn't it? Certainly was. Patel picks up his maiden wicket, and Glamorgan is 6 down, and maybe, just maybe, the tension racks up a touch more.
Could it be? Could we have a late twist? And what a twist it would be. I mean, still got 4 more wickets to take. Leicestershire. Cook's 9 came off 59 deliveries, I think. No, 58, I beg your pardon. So 323 for 6 means that the lead is still exactly 100. But even if the wickets all fall in this over, then Leicestershire would have 20.
Yes.
To get those 100.
Yeah.
That's straightforward enough, but those 4 wickets might take longer than 5 balls to get. So.
And it is the stricken tribe who will come in at 8, ahead of Van der Hochten. Tribe having spent most of the last few days in bed, from all accounts.
Colin Ingram is down on one knee at the moment, having a good toweling down. He has started, in fairness, and understandably so, to look a little bit tired, running up and down the pitch. Doesn't want to be doing much more of that if he possibly can.
Ian Evans suggesting on email that the declaration by Bancroft could be more harmful than for Glamorgan than Leicestershire. Ian's reckoning is that Leicestershire are almost bound to go up, and if promotion is granted to second place, it's not helpful from a Glamorgan perspective.
This is true. It's a very good point. So Tribe, the right-hander on strikers. Patel bowls another rank full toss, that rank long hop down the leg side. Tribe tries to whack it into the middle of next week in our direction. Doesn't get anything on it, and that wasn't the most edifying piece of cricket I've ever seen.
Tribe would have been even more sick to have got out to that one.
Didn't look over impressed to be out there, does he, as Patel steps in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Ooh, Tribe is a little overbalanced as he steps forward and pushes somewhat tentatively at that one.
It's this standing up business. He might not have done too much of it.
No, yes, he's spent a lot of time in bed. We understand. Patel in, Tribe is forward. That's better. Getting to the pitch of it, locking the ball out into the offside. No run. Big half hour, boys. Says somebody out there. Patel in, gives it plenty of air. Tribe drives it away for 4. Too much air because it was over pitched as well. Half volley. Tribe says, poorly or not, runs his runs, and I'll have 4 of them.
Derbyshire 211 for 2, needs a further 105 to beat Gloucestershire. Derbyshire, well, will remain in second place, but might close the gap should Derbyshire win and Leicestershire be held. But Leicestershire still keeping going. Patel is in bowls, and Tribe is playing this one on the defensive into the leg side.
Easily done. Many a time I've done it myself.
Northants against Middlesex. Northants 203 for 2, needing just 108 to win. Who'd have thought that looks on? Proctor is 91 not out. Sales is 66 not out. Where else in the Division 2? Lancashire against Kent. Kent's still battling away. They seem to have been 7 down for an eternity now. Everson 56 not out. Grant Stewart at number 9, 83 not out, including 8 sixes. Well, that's one way to avoid defeat. Here's Travaskis bowling to Ingram, who is forward defending. Well, I suppose Stewart is virtually an all-rounder, isn't he? The Italian Aussie. Ingram pushes this one through the offside, and they can jog a single very comfortably.
I'm not sure poor old Tribe is entirely comfortable jogging the way he ran there. It didn't look...
Well, yeah, if he's feeling that bad, then Van der Hoogten would be a fairly solid alternative.
Perhaps they're still a little bit concerned, Glamorgan here. Had Ingram gone before tea, it could be interesting now.
Yeah, dropped on the boundary, in case you missed it earlier. Off green as Travaskis bowls. Tribe back on his stumps, playing this one through the leg side for 4 runs. Oohs and ahs from the infield. Gareth Williams, talking about Tribe wearing glasses, references a film called Slapshot, starring Paul Newman as an ice hockey coach.
Remember it.
Hanson brothers both wore wide-rimmed glasses, and the fans loved them and wore large wide-rimmed glasses at all games.
And they were the enforcers of the side. They
right.
used to smash the other side's best players to pieces.
Travaskis bowls. Tribe pushes this one through the leg side. Richard
Was in the air.
thought that was aerial, and they'll go back for 2 runs as it's just hauled up inside the boundary. Perhaps Glamorgan supporters could adopt wearing glasses at games if Asa continues his fine form, says Gareth from Pwll Llanelli, who's currently watching on YouTube in Tenerife.
Yes, I remember that film.
As Travaskis bowls, Tribe leg glances, and we'll pick up 4 more.
Some seriously cheap runs to be had here, aren't there, for him?
He moves on to 14. Has that gone up yet? Yep, 14. 3-3-8 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 1-1-5. And Leicestershire cannot have more than 18 overs to bat now, so we're talking about a runner ball, even if they should take 4 wickets in an over. Travaskis bowls. Oh, Tribe skews this one on the offside. He was looking to play towards mid-wicket, and the ball came off a leading edge, but thankfully for him, all along the ground. So, interesting times. Tribe is pushing on, 14 off 9 balls. Faster than Chris Cook did, 9 off 58 balls. I suppose both are valid approaches to saving a match.
Good afternoon to Stephen Sims, who's emailed. He says, congratulations to you and Nick for providing entertaining listening on a largely uninspiring day, and congratulations to the Glamorgan batsmen on their efforts. No matter the ball being used or a fairly lifeless pitch, it takes considerable skill and patience to see out the day. But then I think Stephen's tongue goes firmly into his cheek, because he says, and also congratulations from the ECB to all the spectators who've had to endure turgid draws in this round of matches. Safe in the knowledge the use of the kookaburra has helped enormously the England team in its preparation for the winter Ashes. Round the wicket goes Rishi Patel and bowls outside off stump, cut away. Josh Hull gets down and makes the stop to general shouts of approval from his amused teammates. Josh being on for, I'm not quite sure whom at the moment.
Well, it's a long way down for him, isn't it?
It is. It is. And he got down and made the stop, so keeping Ingram 2-1. Tribe on strike. Patel goes over the wicket. Steps in. Bowls. Tribe is forward defending, and there's no run. Stephen continues, I do hope that if we are to lose 2 matches from the fixture list next year, they are both kookaburra matches. Well, yeah, there's that as well. Steps in, bowls. That's a nice delivery. Back goes Tribe and defends. So he doesn't look a particularly happy young man out then. A bit hard to tell from this distance. The body language is such of a man who's not feeling 100%. Patel in, bowls, drops short, pulled around the corner, down goes Hull again. Yes, shout all his Leicestershire teammates, hands in the air applauding and pointing and clapping.
Oh, Leicester City short of goalkeepers?
He wouldn't have to reach very far, would he, at 6'7", Josh? He'd cover a lot of the goal, just standing there reaching. In goes Patel, back goes Tribe. It bounces on him a little bit and comes off a thick outside edge and squirts past first slip down to the third man boundary. I think Hill dragged it back, so it is just the 2-2 Tribe. Ben Green is the man who's been off, because he's just appeared again below us. Tribe on to 16. Stephen continues, P.S. he says, listening to Dave Fletcher for a brief period in the Gloucestershire game, he said there is nothing less than the ECB would want than that both Leicestershire and Derbyshire were to be promoted. In goes Patel, forward goes Tribe and defends out towards mid-on.
Yeah, sorry boys, we've got an 18 First Division next year.
Yeah, and for that reason, he really hopes it happens. And so, says Stephen, do I. Thank you for that.
Well, Glamorgan are fairly unfashionable. With being 100 hosts, not as unfashionable as they would otherwise have been.
An occasional, not quite as often, but still fairly regular international hosts.
Yeah, two England fixtures this year, and the prospect of England women's cricket in years to come. I can't quite remember whether it's 26 or 27 that starts, even though I wrote a piece on it when it was announced. Colin Ingram has now faced 307 deliveries. He's batted for 422 minutes, which is just over 7 hours, isn't it?
24 hours, according to Jack.
Here comes Travaskis to bowl to the weary Ingram up in the block hole and driven for a single. Van Beek with the fielding.
How old is Colin Ingram now?
He's 40 at the beginning of next month, so he's just coming up to his 40th birthday.
However fit you are at 40, that's good effort. And I think the fittest 40-year-old is probably Wayne Madsen around at the moment, isn't he? He may even be 41 now.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, Ingram, a strange pattern of his career over the last decade, really, because he started off playing all formats for Glamorgan, then went to only white ball stuff, and is now playing all, but you might say that his championship was his best. His tribe is forward to defend to Travaskis.
Derby've lost another couple of wickets.
Okay.
They are 4 down now, but they're still favourites to go on and...
Driven by Cook, by Tribe, no run. 3-4-2 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 119, and 19 overs left in the match. Tribe defends again, so maximum of 17, 16 now for Leicestershire to bat.
If Gloucester go on and win that, a lot of apologies to be made by me to
Bancroft is a
Cameron
tactical
Bancroft.
genius. Travaskis bowls, Tribe stretches, plays to mid-wicket, who tosses it straight back to the bowler with a slightly resigned air. We are now at 10-5 as Tribe defends on the offside. Are we at the point where Hanscom will agree to shake hands on a draw as Ingram wanders down the pitch?
We are... Yes.
Hanscom
Hanscom has shaken hands. That's it, folks.
offers his hand to both batters. Glamorgan have held on for a draw at 342 for 6, having lost just 3 wickets on the final day here at Grace Road. 119 the lead, with Glamorgan declaring, and Leicestershire takes 16 points from this match to Glamorgan's 13. Budinger will remember this effort and this match for a very long time on the back of his spectacular maiden century. Tribe will remember it for a long time for mixed reasons, his maiden century, and spending most of the match away from the scene of combat as well. 342 for 6, Tribe is 16, Ingram is 133 not out. It is match drawn here, and I'll be back on Sunday for Glamorgan against Gloucestershire in Cardiff, when admission is free for kids at Sapphire Gardens and free for everyone here.
Indeed. Leicestershire at home to Middlesex. Attention, however, over the next few minutes at least, turns to Bristol, where Derbyshire, at last report, 216 for 4, needing another 100 runs to win, with 6 wickets remaining, and presumably a few more, maybe 22, 23 overs left to be bowled. So Leicestershire supporters will be keeping an eye on that. But congratulations to Glamorgan for saving this game. Good luck to them for the rest of the season. They are still very firmly in the picture as far as promotion is concerned. Colin Ingram leads the players from the field. An epic effort from him. 308 balls he's faced for his 133 not out. The bespectacled Tribe follows him. Peter Hanscom leads his Leicestershire side from the field. It's been a tough day, and day and a half really in the field for the Foxes. They gave it their best to try and win the game, but things didn't quite go their way. But 16 points is a pretty decent return from the game. If you're not going to win it, it's the best you can essentially do. At the moment, that takes, well, it does take them to 155 points, whatever happens, and extends their lead at the top of the second division. Whether that lead will be cut to 26 points if Derbyshire go on to win that game. If they don't, then that's very good news for Glamorgan, because Glamorgan take 13 points from the game, this game, and draw in on Derbyshire as things stand. So, yeah, they too will be watching events in Bristol, or keeping an eye on events in Bristol, with more interest than might otherwise be the case. But thank you so much for your company over the last 4 days. I'm not used to this 4-day stuff. It's a bit of a shock to the system.
Yes, it's gone pretty much the distance for Richard and myself for the first time in several championship matches. Thank you very much for all your contributions via various means. It's been a pleasure to be here, and thank you for hosting us, Richard.
No problem. I'm glad to see you. Always good company, as are all the Glamorgan supporters. Until next season then, to Glamorgan supporters, as I say, have a good rest of the season. Unless, of course, we meet in the one-day cup final. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. But otherwise, we move on to the next round of championship games. Thanks again for your company. But from myself, Richard Ray, from Nick Webb, and of course from Jack Rafferty of BBC Radio Leicester, it's goodbye from Leicester. Goodbye.